whole feel for one whole day.
I don't know we don't know yet.
Right. So, same way like on a team that make 250 games. So.
That's the same way like two different opponents there. You just want to see a good fight. I am murder, man. I'm talking a little bit about this, man. All right, sir. I'm sure, man. I'm just going to put you hard, man.
backfire.
Jamaica so the black here. Oi, make sure Jamaica people not so the black too.
That's square no less. Can't bother walk up this way. The umpire, man. I don't have to keep right selected.
So this is the start of over number 2. And that's steered away down towards third man by Akeem Fraser. And did that go into the boundary? I think not. Fraser gets 2. And he goes up to, how many does Akeem have now? I'll tell you in a little bit. He's on 5, and the score now 290. Is that 298? Nah, that's 297. Fraser plays out into the onside. So Kingston, who resumed this morning on 290, they've added 7 this morning. It's a Senior Cup final, and Akeem Fraser plays forward, and the ball goes back. The score is 293. So yeah, the scoreboard is right. What you're looking at is right. Here is Royal. Sit on the pad. He was offering no shot. It goes down to that short fine leg position. So Fraser is on 5. Javan Buchanan, the other end, is on 14. Kingston 293 for 7 at the moment. Fraser is driving out towards Medan for a single. Takes him up to 6. And the score now 294 for 7. And that was the second over of the proceedings. And things Kingston just back for an hour here on day 2. Probably looking to get something in the region of 340, 345, 350 maybe. If they don't get pulled out, one would expect to see the St. Catherine team batting probably just after the first water break. Pete Salmon will continue his vigil from the north stand end. And here's he bowls, and Fraser is playing a missing. Not covering the line. Ball just going past the bat. This time Fraser is forward again, plays out towards that straightish mid-wicket position. And no run. Fraser is on 6. Let's watch again. Salmon. False start. A lot of work does Salmon. This is his 24th over. And again, can't beat the man Lewis, who is at that catching mid-wicket position. Salmon again. And again, Fraser comes forward. Fraser 6 now from 20 balls, so doesn't seem to be in any real rush. He was trying to hit that through the offside. No contact made. Salmon again. That's down the leg side. That could run all the way down to the fine leg boundary. And let's watch the signal here. It is byes. The wicketkeeper should have done better with that, but it all adds up to the score. 298 now for 7. And Kingston getting closer and closer to that 300 mark. We'll see Buchanan now on strike. Scoreboard. And there you go now, 298 for 7. So it's Royal who will now bowl to Buchanan. Buchanan, who is scoring a little bit more quickly. Oh, it's Harrison batting. Not sure where I got Buchanan from. But Harrison also left-handed. Quite a number of lefties in this Kingston batting lineup faces up now to Royal. And opted not to play. It was short coming back into him. Thought of the pull shot for a split second. And then thought the better of it. And that's hit in the air out towards wideish mid-wicket. They take one. They'll be coming back for the second. And getting it easily enough in the end. In fact, that now is the 300 mark. So that's mission accomplished. And you're seeing Buchanan there, but it's really Harris. So we'll make some adjustments. Now I know why I said Buchanan. I was following the screen. But actually it's Harris batting. And he's confidently in behind that and plays it back at the bowler. Javoy Royal, who has been the mainstay of the Kingston, of the St. Catherine attack. One hit on the pad, no real appeal. It was always going to be spinning past leg stump. So Harris it is, facing up to Royal once more. And this time he works it out to mid-wicket but can't score. Here's Royal again. Down the track and hits it out towards deep mid-wicket. Gets a single. Takes it now to 301. There you see him rehearsing. Maybe should have gone a little bit straighter, but the ball spinning into him, taking the inside half and going out to mid-wicket. 301 for 7 is the total. And Harris will come back on strike. He's on 17. So he's scoring a little bit more quickly than Fraser. And it will be Pete Salmon who will continue from the George Headley stand end here in this Senior Cup 2-day final. Kingston 301 for 7. And an extravagant looking drive from Harrison, but didn't get any touch. Here is Salmon. Punched pleasantly up towards the man at cover. Well knocked down, no run. Yeah. I think here is Salmon. That's well played. Really nicely played back towards mid-on. Lewis is in the way. Here's Salmon again. No shot offered. I'm a little bit curious as to Kingston doesn't seem to be overly aggressive at the moment. They're just batting normally. That's driven up to cover for a single. And Harris moves to 18 with that shot. Pleasant drive up towards cover. Kingston team not particularly trying to go too hard, and you wonder what the plan is. Maybe to get to 330 and then take it from there. They're not really batting with any great deal of urgency at the moment. There is Fraser pushing out towards cover again. And that's the end of another Salmon over. And Kingston, as the bat, are 302 for 7 after resuming this morning on 290 for 7. So the start of another Javo Royal over. All right, here's Royal now to Harris, who is playing it out towards mid-wicket. For a split second, the fielders thought that it would carry, but it didn't. Here is Royal again, and Harris is working that one square on the leg side, takes a single, goes up to 18. It's now 302 for 3. 302, 303 for 7. Brings Akeem Fraser back on strike. Fraser back on strike is on 6. And as you see, there's a slip and a man at leg slip, also a forward short leg, so he has plenty of company. Here's Royal. Plays forward, ball just dropping short of the man posted in. Short on the onside. Here's Royal again. And that's well played. Royal, of course, looking for a fifer. He's taken, he has already taken 5. Yeah, he would have taken that wicket yesterday. So clearly the main bowler for this St. Catherine team. And Fraser again plays forward. I'm a little bemused as to what the plan is, to be honest. It's a 2-day final. You won't lift the trophy unless both teams, or at least the losing team, gets bowled out. So they need as much time as they can to get at St. Catherine. But we're seeing absolutely no urgency from Fraser this morning. Harris is a little bit more aggressive, but it is what it is. It's 303 for 7. Kingston batting. So Salmon will start again. And this time Harris is on strike as he comes round the wicket. And again, perfect defensive shot. Laying back at the pitch, no run. Here's Salmon again. Almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery where Harris just plays forward. Almost a stalemate at the moment. We're not quite sure what the plan is. And no one would have said that ad nauseum. Well, they get a single. And Harris goes up to 20. Brings Fraser back on strike. Taking a little time over the setting of the field, and someone will start again, this time to Akeem Fraser. They want a single. This could be tight. I think safely home in the end. And it shows you what can happen when both batsmen respond immediately. Fraser offered the single. Harris was taking off straight away, and in the end made it easily enough. Fraser now goes up to 7. It's now 305 for 7. Brings Harris back on strike. Now they're sending long on and long off back out of your picture. They probably expect some fireworks from Harrison. Well, he steers that out towards short third man, but can't score. And no run resulting. So Fraser again to Harrison, who is again trying to beat the man at that square position on the offside, deliberately opening the face, but couldn't beat the back they feel are going to his right. End of another Pete Salmon over. And Kingston 305 for 7. They've added 15 this morning in how many overs, Mr. Scorer? Yeah. 7 overs this morning. They've added 15, which means that they're scoring just over 2 and over, which is a little surprising, knowing that you will have to bowl St. Catherine now. And to be scoring at 2 and over is a little odd. Royal to Fraser now. And he's hitting that out towards Medan. He was hitting towards Medaf, but the left arm spinner coming back into him caught the inside half and down towards Medan. And the score continues to trickle along. Brings Harris back on strike. And Medan going back a little deeper. They're also sending mid-wicket a little further back. So they expect Harris at some point to lift off his batting angle, but he doesn't. Steers it nicely on the offside and takes an easy single. Harris goes to 21. 306 for 7. Fraser back on strike here. It's a warm, very sunny day here at Sabina Park. You have to say perfect conditions for cricket. And though we're in a little stalemate at the moment, nothing much happening with either bat or ball, but you expect that at some point St. Catherine will be batting, and you expect a little bit more fireworks then, because I can't see St. Catherine just coming out and doing anything else but trying to win the game. I understand that if there is not a first innings lead here, I'll just check that for sure whether it's a sheer trophy or they'll count back to what happened in the preliminaries. We'll have to double check that. That one spins down the leg side. Trophy, I understand, will be shared in case neither team gets a first innings lead here. Here's Royal. Fraser is forward, knocked down by the man at forward short leg. It's a really strange approach. Maybe Kingston are overawed by the powerful batting lineup of St. Catherine and at the moment taking absolutely no chances. It's not making for the most attractive or rational cricket. You would think this is a final. And again, Hakeem Fraser pushes out towards mid-wicket. End of another Javor Royal over. And maybe we need to ask a member of the Kingston management team, what's the plan? We've added 17 this morning in 8 overs, right? So that's 2 and over. And we are hearing from a member of management team that the plan is to bat for an hour and see how many they will get. Let's say at the rate that they're scoring now, just over 2 and over, 15 overs for the hour, you'll get another 30, Mr. Manager. He says that's good enough, so we'll see. 307 for 9. For 7. 307 for 7. It's going to be Pete Salmon again to bowl to Harris from round the wicket. And this time he goes for it. It's in the air. The mid-wicket is under it. And catch taken. Something had to give. They sensed that Harris was going to unleash something. He opened up his arms, trying to hit it over wideish long on. And getting a top edge. The ball spiraling. Never the easiest of catches. And Harris goes back for... Harris got, what, 19? 20? 21. So now it's 307 for 8 with Harris trying to cart someone over wide long on. And it was Romain Bennett who took the catch. Looks simple, but when they go that high, sometimes it does play a little trick with the mind. So Harrison makes his way back. And maybe that shot suggested that the Kingston batting are now prepared to just put down the foot on the pedal a little bit. It's Boris Hutchinson who will make his entrance. The man they call Putter was a tearaway fast bowler in his heyday. Also played first class for CCC when he was maybe 40 pounds lighter. Still bowls a steady little medium pace. He's known to give it quite a whack as well. So Boris Hutchinson will now take guard. And Pete Salmon will continue. So Sean Grant will take over after this over as Pete Salmon now to bowl to the new batsman, Hutchinson. Didn't play a shot. I'd be surprised if this is allowed. Did it hit the pad? Dead ball. I figured he was pretending to play a shot, really didn't. And the umpire quite rightly signaled, no sir, that will not be allowed. And it's a dead ball. So Salmon will continue to Boris Hutchinson. Salmon, who has taken 2 for 42, has done his fair share of work. They are now putting a man in the leg slip position. They've taken him from backward point. Let's see what Boris Hutchinson will do. Well, that is down the leg side and he's swinging at it. Didn't get a touch and it's gone for 4 byes. And, I don't know that you could blame the keeper for that. That was really wide down the leg side. The aim clearly is to bowl middle and leg, maybe leg to Boris Hutchinson, which explains the moving of the man from backward point to leg slip. So clearly it's a leg stump line of attack, but that was much too wide down the leg side. Let's see what Salmon does here. Again, leg stump. And clearly they feel that there's something here. So the line of attack is clearly mid and leg. They feel that Boris Hutchinson probably will not resist it if it's in the pads. Salmon bowls, this time a little bit straighter. He's forward, studiously forward, and plays it up on the leg side. 3-11 for 8. And let's see what Salmon will now serve up over the wicket. And again, that's on the leg stump, but this time Boris Hutchinson didn't wind up for the big heave over mid wicket. Offered a defensive bat, goes out into the leg side. He hasn't scored. Hutchinson is still without scoring. Akeem Fraser is on 8, and Kingston, who resumed on 290 for 7. They are now 3-11 for 8, and it's Sean Grant who will take you through for the next half an hour or so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Higgins. Special good morning to you. And good morning to everyone across the globe for this final between Kingston and St. Catherine CC. Royal will be continuing from the Courtney Walsh end. A special good morning to the scorer beside me. I think he attends St. George's College, or used to. He'll be bowling to Fraser, Royal. Coming forward though, starting at 290 for 7 this morning. It's Kingston want to pile on the runs. You heard from Orville earlier on, stating that they can bat for the entire day though, and it will be shared between both parties, the title in 2023. He's trying to sweep from outside the off stump. Ill-advised. Mr. Fraser saw something that everyone did not. Kept low that delivery from Royal. Forward short leg looking keenly. Thought of a single. Hutchinson, the new batsman, replacing Harrison, who made 21. Royal once again sweeping. Half-hearted appeal from Royal. Fraser has his side set on South Camp Road. Will he be fortunate? Will Royal get the better of him? Defensively, he lays the ball back up the track. If you look on the offside field, there's just one person in the cover court, and there's a mid-off. There's nobody else on the offside apart from first slip. Bowling to the left-hander once again. Defensively, he plays the ball back up the track. Fielded by Royal, end of another over. The score stands at 311 for 8. Fraser on 8. Has faced 46 deliveries so far for his 8. Hutchinson yet to get off the mark. Well, the ploy we saw from Pete Salmon, the captain of St. Catherine earlier on, was a ball into the pads of Hutchinson. So maybe he knows something that we don't. Same ploy, leg slip, forward short leg, one slip, surrounding the new batsman. New enough. Salmon. Oh, I thought he bowled him. He's gone. That's the 9th wicket to have gone down. No cheer at all from the St. Catherine cricketers. And Hutchinson goes back with a duck and the 9th wicket to have gone. Score stands at 311 for 9. I was in two minds, though. That's why I said nothing. I thought the stumps had gone out of the ground, but his body has covered the stumps, and there was no celebration at all. So the 9th wicket to go down. Harty, the new batsman. Replacing Hutchinson, who was bowled by Salmon getting his 3rd wicket of the innings. 2 this morning from the captain. Royal has so far taken 5. Here's Salmon, it's a new batsman, popped up. Thought of a single. It would have been to his demise if he had gone through for the single. That's a formidable total, though, because as stated, if St. Catherine respond, and at the end of the day they do not make that total, it's a shared title if they're not bowled out. But they do have the firepower, to be honest, to make that runs in 2.5 sessions. Salmon. A reverse sweep, brilliantly done by Patrick Harty into the boundary for 4. Reverse sweep by Harty. That was heartless. Some patrons are calling for replay. Well, that was well timed by Harty. He's off the mark. Leg slip, slip, forward short leg, point, mid off, coming forward, hitting the inner half of the bat, going to mid wicket. There's no mid-on though. The mid-on is deep actually. Behind square. Pulling out of his run-up is the captain, Salmon. Salmon once again, bowling to Harty. Flighty delivery. In a half of the bat, they go through for one. One is all they get. One more run to the total. End of another over. Scoreline stands at 316 for 9. So Harty has moved on to 5, while Fraser is with him on 8. Royal, who has taken 5 wickets, so far in this innings, has bowled well, has bowled from one end, the Courtney Walsh end. As St. Catherine searching for that final wicket in this morning's play. Final day of this final. 2 slips now being implemented. Silly mid off, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. The square on the boundary. Well, silly mid off, move into the forward short leg region. Royal bowling to Harty. Beaten, hit the edge. It bounced awkward in front of first slip. In the meantime, the batsmen, they cross for 1. One more run to the total. 1 off the bat of Harty. He has moved on to 6. Total stands at 317 for 9. That was a good delivery from Royal. Outside the off stump, Harty left his bat out to dry. Fraser, who has looked compact, turning off the legs. Brilliantly done. They go through for 1. Ticking over the score, as we heard from one of the member of the management team stating that they wanted to bat at least an hour this morning. That's Kingston. Let's see how many more runs they can make. Sweeping, hit on the pad, but I thought it touched the bat though, to be honest. They go through for 1. And 1 is all they get. I look on the umpire. Yes, it did touch the bat onto the pad. So 1 more run. This for Harty. He has shown that he has come out with the broom this morning. He played a reverse sweep that was so elegant off the bowling of Salmon. Royal into Fraser. Turning on the onside. Mid wicket has gotten involved. 319 for 9. Coming forward, hitting the inner half of the bat. Forward short leg, given some work to do. Bright and sunny on this Sunday morning here in Kingston, Jamaica at Sabina Park. I hope my good friend Mr. Higgins had his breakfast this morning. As most persons will on a Sunday morning have their best breakfast for the week. Royal covering up, not playing the ball on the offside, the ball hitting the outer half of the bat, going on the offside. This by Fraser. Thought of a single. Harty went down the track, was sent back by Fraser. End of another over. The score stands at 319 for 9. Starting the day at 290 for 7 Kingston. And they're motored along, trying to close out this first hour. But still the persistent bowling of St. Catherine, led by their captain Salmon, and Royal on the other end. Still the same field, forward short leg, leg slip, one slip. Salmon, another try to reverse slip. They're appealing that he's gone. He's gone. Hart is gone. Trying for a reverse sweep, missed all ends up, went into the hand at first slip, who threw at the wicket, hit the wicket. He was outside of his crease, and that signals the end of the innings. 319 all out. Kingston, after being sent to bat, losing the toss yesterday, give you a rundown of the score or the scorecard. Buchanan and Morris opened the innings. Buchanan made 40, while Morrissey made 147. Moran chipped in with a 38. Contributing score Riley with a 27. And Harrison contributed 21. Akeem Fraser, he made a 9. And Hutchinson, a duck. While Patrick Harty Jr. made 7. So the score 319 all out. Kingston, after being sent into bat, St. Catherine, they won the toss. Their response is now 320. That is needed to win this matchup. They can win the matchup by first innings. However, if they are bowled out, it will be Kingston as the champions. And there's another question sign to go up. If it is, and this big if the day's play ends and they do not reach a total, that is St. Catherine, is going to be shared between the two teams. So 319 all out. Searching for victory, it will be 320 for St. Catherine. We'll be back with more from this epic battle happening at Sabina Park. Welcome back here at Sabina Park, Day 2 action. Senior Cup final between Kingston CC and St. Catherine CC. And the response now for St. Catherine CC, they need 320 to take first innings, and that will guarantee them victory. And the two openers, Kennard Lewis and Rain Williams. Rain Williams at the non-striker's end. And Kennard Lewis to face. If you want any team to chase down a total like this, it would have been St. Catherine. So Derval Green to start off proceedings. Pull out of his run-up. Well, here over in the background, he's cheering on the two Westman lights, he said. Both are from Westmoreland, Kennard Lewis and Green. They know each other well. The target here for St. Catherine is 4.26 and over. 75 overs to be bowled to complete the day's proceedings. Well, movement there from Green off the seam. Kept a bit low though, that first delivery. Is tactical cricket for the rest of the day. Because Kingston, if they want a taste of the title, they can bowl slow, a little bit wayward, bowl tight, not allowing St. Catherine to get off. If they complete the 75 overs, slashing outside the off stump is Lewis. We told you before, he's an aggressive player. And going back to what I was saying earlier on, if they restrict them under that 320, even if wickets are intact, both will share the spoils. Nothing is wrong with that. At least they'll have the name on the title. They did their job in the batting department. Green once again to the pads. Lewis been very watchful. Williams at the other end. First two delivery outside the off stump. Moved away from the right-hander. He slashed at the second delivery. But he knows what Green has up his sleeves, short as they may. Two slips. Gully back with a point. Cover. Mid off and mid on. Going to the right-hander once more. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Green. That was a beauty. Had some bounce, pitched, and gently moved away from the right-hander. Tempted him to play at that delivery. He has seen a lot of different deliveries in this over so far, being bowled by Green, who pulls out again for the second time in this over. You'll hear from Mr. Higgins in a very short while. As you look back on the cards in that 319 all-out, was led by Romain Morris, who top scored in that innings with 147. Javon Buchanan was the next best with 40, while Lionel Morant, he contributed 38, and Riley, he made 27. Royal, he took 5 for 101. Slashing down in the ground, though, was Lewis. Pete Salmon, the captain, took 3 for 53. Oren Williams, 1 for 48. 319 all out for Kingston, who were sent into bat yesterday. This is the second and final day of the Senior Cup final. Kingston with Green to Lewis. Oh, good bumper. Good bumper to Lewis to signal an end to the first over of the innings of St. Catherine. A maiden from Green. Has his tail up, though, not a pace. As you'll hear from Mr. Higgins right now. He'll come on for the next half an hour. This is going to be interesting. I don't know why he's smiling, though. This is interesting. This is intriguing. The first hour here is going to be very exciting. That would tell the tale.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. Well, Sean said a very intriguing contest here. The St. Catherine team, they will go for this total. They needed 4.26 at the start. You could add a couple of points, decimals to that, because the first over was a maiden. So we're about to see the start of the second over. The Kingston team not necessarily rushing through. Paul Harrison is going to be the bowler from the far end, the Courtney Walsh end. Left arm spin. Interestingly enough, no Boris Hutchinson to start the bowling, so the Kingston team opting for a pace and a spin option at the start. Let's see how Oren Williams and indeed Kennard Lewis will deal with all this. Oren Williams, so highly thought of in Jamaican circles, hasn't transformed his massive talent into the kind of regional performances that he'd like. But at this level, if he gets going, it could be quite exciting. His first delivery, played back down the pitch. Harrison, and comfortably on the back foot, plays it back at the bowler. Still no runs on the board for St. Catherine. They're appealing, not out. Maybe just struck outside off playing a shot. And the appeal wasn't particularly convincing, but you appeal. That's what fielding teams do. Get the batsman a little bit jittery, a little bit nervous. But he was playing a shot. And we're not exactly right over the batsman. Well, he goes for a little lap sweep down towards fine leg. It could run into the boundary. It gets there just about now. And that's an interesting start. That's the kind of talent we're telling you Oren Williams has. It's not the easiest of shots to play to a ball. Maybe pitching mid and off and spinning away. But St. Catherine are on their way. 4 without loss. It's a clever little lap sweep. A shot that has become a lot more popular in the advent of T20 cricket. Here is Oren Williams Just patting it back. And Harris will wheel away again from around the wicket. Well played. End of over number 2. And the St. Catherine team, needing 320 to win, are 4 without loss. Run rate at the moment is exactly 2, 4 from 2. Remember, they started off needing just about 4.2. So if they're going to do this, we'll see some fireworks at some point. So it's going to be Derval Green who resumes the battle here with Kennard Lewis. And this one has a subplot beneath it. These two are very, very good friends. They are from the same part of Westmoreland. And I can tell you that the musterings will be flying. That's punched up towards cover. This could be tight. Oh, that could be tight if he had hit, but it's an overthrow. And they'll be coming back for 2. Derval Green would not be pleased. In fact, it runs into the boundary. And that is Lewis off the mark with an overthrow, which maybe you couldn't blame Akeem Fraser for, because Orion Williams was struggling to get back in his ground. But that was 4 for Lewis. And I was telling you, these two are good friends. They're from the same part of Westmoreland, grew up together. And at the end of the game, it'd be fun to be where the two are. It will be relived all over again. Here's Green. That is proper away movement. Not too many bowlers in regional cricket are better able to get the new ball to dart away from right-handers than Derval Green. Arguably Jamaica's most consistent fast bowler over the last 5-6 years. Genuinely has that ability, even on the most docile tracks, to get the ball to shape away. Doesn't bring them back with the same degree, but he does get them to leave the bat appreciably. Here is he again. There you go. And Lewis not tempted. Genuine away swing bowler, Derval Green. He's one of those cricketers who transformed himself. He was a batting all-rounder while he was at St. Elizabeth Technical and playing youth cricket. But in the last, maybe say 8-9 years, he's become a bowler who can bat as opposed to the other way around. 8 without loss after 2.5. And you could sense that Lewis is itching to get after Derval Green here. That is another perler of a delivery. Too good for Lewis. But he played it well. You play the line. If it beats you, it beats you. He wasn't tempted to follow it with a little jerky movement of the hand when you see it leaving. He kept his batting line, probably realizing that those outswingers are great. I'm a little surprised that there isn't a third slip, though. There is only a screen. That's 2 slip. You want early wickets. Well played. I think the captain could well ensure to have a third slip, just for the next maybe 2 overs while Green is getting the ball to jag away. You want to get Lewis. He may look a little bit stodgy now, a little bit circumspect, a little bit iffy, but if he bats half an hour and doesn't get out, he's one of the more explosive batsmen, not just in Jamaica, but in regional cricket when he's set. So you need to get him out. I think a third step would be well and truly advised. That's a pull shot. Well, that's not really an appeal, is it? But that one goes to the keeper again. And Derval Green continues to keep things relatively quiet. Remember, it was an overthrow 4 that got Lewis off the mark. And it's now 8 without loss after 3.
Ben.
All right, so it's going to be Harris again. And Orion Williams will continue. He's on 4. Both batsmen on 4. And after 3 overs, they are still stuck at their respective ends, which means no rotation of strike, no singles on offer anywhere. Harris bowls and Williams is forward. So that's 19 legal deliveries, no singles yet. Which means the batsmen at the moment are facing the same bowlers over after over. That's another reverse lap. This one is even better played. Well, nice little sweep shot. Played it fine. And that's 4 more runs. And if you thought the first one was a fluke, well, Orion Williams is telling you that he's got that shot down pat. And it's a great shot because this is a left-arm spinner who is technically spinning it away. And let's see if there will be any adjustment. Will they now have a leg slip to counter that shot? They're having a discussion about it. And what will they do? Will they leave that leg slip vacant? Appears they will. Somebody will be coming to leg slip. Yeah, they are telling Orion Williams, we are not going to allow you to just lap sweep those fine shots. But he's not coming in a catching position. He's going a short, fine leg. So he's there to prevent a boundary and not to take the catch, interestingly enough. Again, I think that this is just too much of a defensive option. If you're going to have him there, why not have him catching? Here is Harris. And this is worked out towards a mid-wicket. That's the first single. And it's now 13 without loss as Lewis now comes on strike. Lewis has faced 12 deliveries for his 4. And let's see. Lewis is very good at hitting it down the ground. And there's already a long off and a long on back. You suspect if Harris flights, well, that one was a little bit flat. And Lewis respects it back to the bowler. 13 without loss. It's almost like a calm before the storm, because if you know Lewis well enough, you know he's not going to be doing this for too much longer. Here we go. That's out towards wideish mid-wicket. And that's 4. That was coming. That's his area. From straight mid-wicket out towards long off. He's not the greatest hitter of the ball through the offside unless it's really well short, unless it's straight. But he's opened his account, opened the big shoulders and back. Hitting one back at the bowler. End of over number 4. It's now 17 without loss. Current run rate 4.25. They needed 4.26 at the start. So just like that, the St. Catherine team are right where they want to be, run rate-wise at any rate. And you suspect if they bat all day, they will come pretty close to the score. They've got to be bowled out, you think, not to make it. As we welcome Mr. Courtney Francis. Derville Green will continue. Already Mr. Francis making some utterings. He must have been listening to some of the things I was saying. Derville Green will continue, this time to Orion Williams. And as I was pointing out, Derville Green is probably the best fast bowler in Jamaica at getting the ball to move away from right-handers. One of the very best at that in the region. And only 2 slip. Doesn't get it to come back to the same appreciable degree. But let's see how Oren Williams will go about it. Here's Green. Look at the away movement there. And the team trying to win a game. Only 2 slips. You don't want these two to settle. If these two batter now and come back in that second session, it could be interesting. Kingston need to get wickets here. Scoring rate required is just over 4, which is very manageable if St. Catherine bats all the way. Here's Green again. And look at that. Why wouldn't you have a third slip? Played, missed. And these are times when you wonder how much Green himself, as a senior bowler, should be able to say to his captain, Skip, I need another man catching at third slip. Even for the next over or 2, you don't want Oren Williams to edge it past third slip. And then you get the third slip in when the horse is already bolted. Strange, really. Here's Green again. Look at that. Ball is almost talking here. What do they need to do to get in a third slip? That is some bowling. And we were saying earlier on in the game that there wasn't much sideways movement on this pitch, Bill. Green is saying, well, what were you all talking about? The ball is absolutely curling away. Make you probably wonder why they've started with only 1 pacer. Here is Green again. And if you have to be critical of Derval Green, then this is it. He doesn't get the ball to duck back with the same degree of swing as he does the one that goes away. So once it pitched just outside off, you as a batsman almost always can leave alone. If he had the ability to get them to come back from that length, now they're going to be putting in a third slip. This has taken, in my mind, maybe 10 balls too late. Thankfully, from their point of view, nothing will go there. Now let's see if Derval Green maintains that line. Oh my goodness. This is as good an opening spell as you could want. Those deliveries just too good for Oren Williams. This is as good as it gets. There's pace, there's bounce, there's movement. And as a batsman, you've got to say, too good for me. Yeah, you could see on the replay there that he was trying to get to it before it starts curling away. There was 1 or 2 exploratory steps down the track. But this is some bowling. Derval Green charges in, and Oren Williams says, not quite, young man, not quite. You're going to wait until I'm good and ready. What Derval Green cannot do now is bowl straight, because there's acres and acres of real estate between the man at mid-on and the man at backward square. So anything straight, there's 1 or 2 runs on offer for sure in the onside. So Green has to maintain that off-stump line going away. Can't be too straight. That's punched off the back foot. Lovely shot, that. Well, that one was short. And Oren Williams off the back foot played a most immaculate back drive through the covers for 4. Takes it to 21 now after 5. And 21 after 5 means that they are scoring just over 4 per over, which is exactly what they need. They need to get 320 at 4.2 to win the game. They are scoring at just over 4 at the moment. So scoring rate is fine if you're a St. Catherine supporter. And you get the feeling that although they are scoring at the rate they require, they haven't really opened up yet. They haven't really gone looking for an exciting shot. They're basically playing on merit. That ball deserved the treatment. So Harris to Lewis. Long off, going all the way back. So is long on. And Harris from around. And Lewis on the charge. That one is hit high and hard over long on. Wow! Well, I told you that is Lewis's area. He'll target you straight. And that one he deposited it over wide long on. And that's gone for 6. It's now 27. Lewis goes to 14. This could be interesting. That one was a huge hit. And can't say it's unexpected when Lewis opens up his big shoulders. Let's see if Harris will fly it again or if he'll be a little bit quicker through the air now. A little bit quicker. And it's cut out towards backward point. They take a single. So good backing up from Orion Williams. Saw the opportunity to the ball going to the right of the man square on the offside. And they took off for a single, which they get easily enough. Brings Williams back on strike. There's a replay of the one that was hammered over wideish long on. Williams back on strike now, though. Williams on 13. 28 without loss. Run rate, as you see there, 5.25. So they are scoring quicker now than what is required. That's driven out towards Medan. Quick single. Makes it in the end. Makes it in the end. It was Lewis. His heart must have been in his mouth for a split second. But in the end, it was comfortable enough. Here's the replay. It was hit out towards Medan. Lewis didn't start charging right away. He was guilty of ball watching, which is what you should never do as a non-striker. Trust your partner's call. That second that you swing your head to see where the ball's at can cost you a few inches at the other end. But Lewis back on strike now. Williams on 14. Lewis on 15. 29 without loss. And he's hitting that to the left of the man at point. And gets a single. And at the end of, well, no. I'm rushing it a little bit. 30 without loss after 5.4. Here is Harris. He's gone for a few. Oh, that's edging, and no back. For a split second, I thought there was an edge on it, but it's clear that it's spun past the bat. Taken by, looks to be Fraser at first slip. That one did spin. Here we go. It's Buchanan at slip. He pushed forward, and they missed everything. So we are seeing a little bit more spin on the wicket now than we did on the opening day. And Williams plays out towards that man at short fine leg. And no run that. Over number 6 completed. 30 without loss. That's 5 and over. Easy to make that calculation. So St. Catherine are ahead of the scoring rate that they need to be to overhaul this fairly formidable score of 320. But they've started quite briskly here. 6 overs, 30 runs, 5 and over. You get the feeling that if they bat until the close of play, unless they are 8 or 9 wickets down, they'll get this total. They're not going to be 5 down or 4 down and not make this total. I can guarantee you that. If wickets are falling rapidly, then they may go for the draw, but they are a very aggressive team, the St. Catherine. And these two opening batsmen are testimony to that. Battle continues. Derval Green has been bowling some pearlers that have proven just too good. He's conceded only 8 from his 3 overs so far. And Lewis pulling away. Not sure what's happening. Maybe somebody in front of the side screen. But it's all poised. It's all exciting. Sean Grant will be coming in after this over. He'll take you to lunch. He smiles when he hears the word lunch, people. Here's Green. And that's pulled and taken the top edge and will run down behind the wicket keeper for 4. So it was short. And Lewis was going for the big pull, getting the top edge and flew over the keeper's head. He's not going to be overly concerned with that. And Lewis is saying that should have gone over mid-wicket. Hands and heads for Derval Green. But I could tell you, if he bowls short again, Lewis is likely to go for the hook shot again. It's that kind of a player and this kind of a small rivalry. He plays that square on the offside. Lovely shot. Another short ball, deliberately steering it away. And it goes into the fence for 6. I thought for a minute it dropped just short. And that was well played. A deliberate opening up off the face here. Flew over third man. And that's 6 runs. Lewis now 26. It's now 40 without loss. And we are just 6.2 overs in. Current run rate 6.32. So yeah, there's a contest. And Derval Green may be guilty of being a little too short. And Kennard Lewis having a little chat with the wicket keeper and the 2 slips. You can tell that it's a final. And the mustering is on in earnest. But Kennard Lewis, he's not going to back down. That's just not the way he plays. Here is Derval Green now. Oh, that's another perler of a delivery. Derval Green went short, got punished, and then has gone back to that immaculate length and that line that both batsmen have struggled to deal with. Perfect outswinger. If you want to be just a little bit critical, is that he's just not been close enough to the batsman. So he's not finding the edge. But my goodness, he's been looking the part. And when he gets it right, like I said, Derval Green is one of the best away swing bowlers in regional cricket. Here is he again. That time, a little bit too wide. Lewis realizing by now that they're not going to be coming back. He allowed it to go through. And that's taken by the keeper. And again, only 2 slips. They had a brief experiment with a third, but they've gone back to being a little bit defensive. Here is Green. Oh, that was the one that was straight. And again, right where a third slip would have been, edging down towards third man. And you could see that that was the one intended to be straight. And Lewis coming down, finding the outside edge. Didn't go at it too hard. Here's the replay. Played forward. Loosened the hand so it didn't quite carry, even if there was a third slip. And the action continues to unfold. St. Catherine has rushed up to 44 without loss. And they're scoring almost 6.5 and over at the moment. for my money, there should still be a third set. There wouldn't have been a catch, but it probably wouldn't have gone all the way to the boundary. Here's Green again. Oh, lovely delivery. Lewis plays and signals with the arm that it left him. Good delivery. End of Derval Green's over. His figures spoilt a little bit by the 10 from that, but he's still bowling some magic deliveries. 44 without loss. And Sean Grant will take you through to lunch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Higgins. Enjoying the atmosphere here at Sabina Park on the final day of the Senior Cup final between Kingston and St. Catherine. Checking to see if Harrison will continue. Harrison continuing, bowling to Williams. We told you before, though, we did not carry our crystal ball, but we knew that once the total was set by Kingston, if it was 400 or 500, St. Catherine, they would go after it. They have the arsenal, they have the artillery to go after it. Harrison from the Courtney Walsh end. Just one slip. Short fine leg, the backward point. Sweep on the boundary, extra cover. There's a long off to Williams. Just tucked it around the square leg region. They go through for one. They thought of a second. Well, the thought has become a reality. Start of over number 8. 46 runs on the board. 2 off the bat of Williams. Harrison once again. Well, the mid-on is deep. Forward defensively he plays, back up the track. Feeded by Harrison. Lewis is on 30 from 24 deliveries. 16 from 19 deliveries. Harrison in his 4th over of the innings. Forward defensively once more is Williams. Was in that position before the ball left the hand of Harrison. So that was his intent with that delivery. Coming down the track, hit it high. He may be caught, and he's caught. He's gone. Harrison getting the first wicket of St. Catherine's innings. And Williams going for 16. If you watched what happened in that over, twice he played defensively. He was trying to line him up to go down the track. And however, Harrison read it well, dropped it short. He was not to the pitch of that delivery, skied it, and was caught. And the mid-on moving to his left, taking the catch. And the first wicket to go. Carlos taking the catch. First wicket to go to Harrison. So 46 for 1, St. Catherine. That was intelligent cricket all around, though, to be honest. And I use the term all around because what was happening was that he was sizing him up, and Harrison read it because Williams showing that he was in defensive mood, trying to fool him, and then went down the track, but he was dropped short by Harrison. And Derval Green came around, was feeling at mid-on, that took the catch. The new batsman, Carlos Brown. His new batsman. This for St. Catherine CC, losing their first wicket at 46. They're searching, however, for 320 for first innings points and for victory. Harrison bowling to the new batsman. Playing the ball back up the track, off the ground. Brown, forward short leg being brought in. One slip, backward a point. Cover, extra cover. Forward defensively, going by the outstretched arm of Harrison. However, the mid-on came across quickly, preventing a single. End of over number 8, 46 for 1. That is St. Catherine searching for 320 for first innings points and victory in this Senior Cup final. Lewis is on 30, has looked aggressive as per usual. Will Green continue? He has bowled some beauty. Yes, he will this morning. As you look, Orion Williams going for 16. So right now they need 4 and over. It's not a one-day affair though, but according to the overs that's led for the day, they need 4 and over. Started at 4.26. Green pulling out, not for the first, second, maybe the third time. It's pulled out, bowling to Kenal Lewis. Lewis is on 30 from 24. 2 slips, a gully, backward a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Long leg, the man behind square. I thought of bringing in the fielder. The short cover, change the mind. Straying on the pads. There's no mid-wicket. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. Midon had to go to his right. 1 more run off the bat of Lewis. 1 more run to the total. .47 for 1. The new batsman, Brown, is facing up. Oh, beautiful delivery from Green. We told you before, he has been bowling some beautiful ones, moving away from the right-hander. We haven't seen any move into the right-hander, but they're pitched and moved away, tempting the batsmen to try to play at it. That one kept a bit low, though, from Derval Green. 2 slips, a gully back with a point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. And square leg and long leg. No third man, though. As Green bowling to Brown. The color clash not working at all. As Green is marking back his run-up. I'm going to ask the scorer, though. If you mix the color green and brown, what does it bring? I give it that for homework. I'll tell you in a very short while. Here comes Derval Green bowling to Carlos Brown. Outside the off stump, brilliantly going through to the wicket keeper. That was with some pace. Not a lot of bounce on the last 2 deliveries from Derval Green. You heard from Mr. Orville Higgins earlier on this morning. He started off the proceedings after lunch. And yes, I did mention lunch, Orville. Green bowling to Brown, full delivery. Punching, trying to beat the mid-off, going to his left, preventing a boundary. But they go through for one. A full delivery from Green, driving to the left of mid-off, diving to his left, preventing the boundary, but the batsman, they went through for a single. Well, the scorer trying to figure it out. The youngsters these days, they've on the internet. Lewis peeling on the outer half of the bat, and it bounces over the rope, going into the boundary for four, and a occurs boundary from Lewis. It's skied high and into the boundary for four. Got the runs, but was in no control of that shot. And the man up back with a point. No, he stays on the boundary. After that shot from Lewis, scores moved to 52 for one. Green bowling to Lewis. Pitched and moving away from the right-hander outside the off stump. That signals the end of another over from Derval Green. And the youngster beside me is telling me that green and brown brings you green. I never knew that. 52 for one after 9 overs. Lewis on 35. And with him is Carlos Brown at 1. Well, that's a trivia. I don't think he's correct, though, but he may be. Looking at the bowling, Green has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 28. Harrison, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. Only 2 bowlers used so far in this innings. So Harrison will be continuing. 52 for 1, searching for 320 for first innings points and overall victory. The title is on the cards. Up for grabs. Harrison bowling to Brown. Oh, playing the ball on the outside, back with a point moving around. 1 more run to the total. Solid stroke from Brown. Scoreline stands at 53 for 1. Carlos Brown moving to 2. He's at the non-striker's end. So now the offside field. 1 slip, back with a point. Sweep on the boundary. Extra cover. There's no mid off. There's a long off and a long on. There's Harrison once more, bowling to Lewis, going back and playing the ball on the offside, extra cover. No run scored from that delivery. They expect fireworks from Kenar Lewis. If you look on the leg side, from square leg, come all the way around, no one is there. So he can't afford to stray on the pads, or he will be punished. 2 dot deliveries to Lewis from Harrison, with the score stands at 53 for 1. Harrison once again trying to guide it down to the third man region. But the fielder is there. Short third man though, at a wide angle. Coming forward and finding the placement to find the sweeper on the boundary as they go through for 1. 1 more run to the total. 1 more run off the bat of Lewis. The field now brought in. There's no long on and long off for Carlos Brown. They're brought into mid on and mid off. Sweeper coming off the boundary. Back with a point. Cover, extra cover. Forward short leg brought in. Defensively plays on the offside to signal the end of the 10th over. And the 5th over being bowled by Harrison. Score stands at 54 for 1. Kennard Lewis on 36, and with him is Carlos Brown, who is on 2. So 1 for 26 from 5 for Harrison, and none for 28 for Derval Green. He has also bowled 5. Will Green continue? He has troubled the batsmen, although not successful just yet. I think there will be a change in the bowl. Patrick Harty Jr. will be on. Green has been taken out. Harty is a new bowler from the Michael Holding end, just in front of the George Headley stand. He will be bowling to Lewis, and whenever Lewis faces, they tend to spread the field. Mid on and mid off goes to long on and long off. One slip. And spin is from Michael Holding end. So one slip. To the right-hander, playing back with soft hands, they go through for a single. Because the field is so spread, soft hands dropped it on the offside and went through for the single. They expect Kennard Lewis to swing for the ropes every single time he faces a delivery. But smart cricket from Lewis. And the forward short leg being implemented for Brown. Harty bowling to Brown on the pads. On the bounce, fielded by forward short leg, backward point cover, extra cover. Mid on, mid off. Mid wicket. Field on the square leg boundary. There's a turn there from Harty. Pitched about middle. Moved slightly away from the right-hander. Played it with the full face of the bat. Carlos Brown. Harty once again. Thought about coming forward. Well, that was a quicker delivery from Harty. Sent him thinking again, thinking twice. So he went back. Carlos Brown. Harty again, bowling to Brown, outside the off stump this time around. Score stands at 55 for 1. We're in the 11th over, 1 delivery to go. Forward defensively on the offside. That should signal the end of the 11th over. 55 for 1, Kingston searching for 320 runs for victory. Now in this hour, they have to put up at least 70 runs, you think, to stay on track. And that's the thought, though, to be honest. I may be incorrect in my thoughts. Harrison continues, bowling his 6th over on the trot. To Kennard Lewis, 1 slip. Short third man, point. Oh, he's sweeping, taking that from outside of stump, and it goes into the boundary for 4 in front of the Kingston Cricket Club. He took that from outside the off stump. And I told you about the field they've set for him, an offside field. So they know that the bowling will be outside the off stump, then and there. There's a fielder in front of square, but there's no other fielder coming all the way around to the third man. Playing at that delivery, playing with his life was Lewis. That's a better delivery from Harrison. Score stands at 59 for 1, Lewis on 41. He has faced 34 deliveries. Taps away at the crease. Playing that on the offside. Fielded by the bowler, moving to his left. So you know what the intention is from Kingston. They'll keep the ball outside the off stump. He has to go for it. And in doing so, may give away his wicket. Punching that ball down to the long on fielder. They go through for one. And one is all they'll get from that delivery. Scoreline now jumps to 60 or 59. 60 for one, pardon me. And Lewis has gone on to 42. He stands at the non-striker's end. And watch Harrison bowling to Brown. Forward short leg implemented. A slip. Flighted delivery. Peeling off the outer half of the bat. It goes through to the third man region. There's a fielder after it, but he won't catch it unless he was Usain Bolt or Asaf Paul in his heyday. It rolls into the boundary for 4. A good delivery from Harrison, however. It has brought up a 4 off the bat of Brown, peeling off the outer half of the bat. 4 more runs to the total, 64 for 1. Brown has gone on to 6. String on the leg side. And signals the end of the over of Harrison. With that dot delivery. 12 overs bowled. St. Catherine 64 for 1. Searching for 320 runs for victory. A recap of Kingston innings. Romain Morris, he top scored in the innings with 147. Javon Buchanan, he contributed 40, while Lionel Morant 38. And Michaela Riley, he made 27. Bowling for St. Catherine, Javor Royal, he took 5 for 101. Pete Salmon 3 for 53, and Arain Williams 1 for 48. One was a run out early on. Patrick Harty continues from the Michael holding end, bowling to Lewis. Lewis is on 42. He is in a no-nonsense mood. Bowling to Lewis. Going back, playing on the offside. I thought of a single, though, but that was not on. We saw soft hands in the over before from Lewis, but that was not soft at all. He played the ball right to the fielder, and he thought of going for a single. Harty once again. Oh! Many persons thought that was a catch. Played at that delivery. I'd love to see that again, though. Did he go into the ground? Wow. Wow, all I can say is wow. Maybe my good friend beside me say, feel that dive forward. Going back and punching. Can't beat the man up backward point. No run scored from that delivery. Kennard Lewis being bogged down somewhat. There's a little dove, though, flying over the ground. Enjoying the cricket on a Sunday. Going back and pulling, and trying to pull on the leg side. We told you before that the field is stacked on the offside. It's a long off and long on. Bowling once again. Quicker delivery. Going back and cutting in the ground. And again, Kennard Lewis looks on the bat. Did not look on his arm to say, oh, poor timing from me, poor execution from me. He looked on the bat. Harty once again. Quicker delivery. Cutting. Over the man. Into the boundary for 4. Point jumped. But jumped without any perfection and success. And cutting hard was Lewis. That was a shot from a gun. 68 for 1. Lewis on 46. Has faced 42 deliveries. Carlos Brown on 6. End of another over. And score stands 68. Wow. When it left the bat, I was looking on the ropes. And the ball met my eyes there. That's how fast it went from it left his bat. The total 320. That is the target to gain first innings and to win the matchup. Well, the score says just on track. What kind of track? Harrison will be continuing from the Courtney Walsh end. I want to say a special good morning to Jerome Foster, who was with us yesterday. Has an engagement today. Man with the time and the knowledge when it comes on to a lot of things. So edging or hitting the out half of the bat, don't think that was well directed. Did not open the face of the bat though, Carlos Brown. And for the second time you saw that. He got a boundary for the first. He's not in control though of those deliveries bowled by Harrison outside the off stump as he rehearses. As he's showing what he should have done. But Harrison bowling to Lewis. So short third man, point, extra cover, sweep on the boundary, long off, then long on. Punching the ball to the long off fielder. They go through for 1. And 1 more run to the total. Total stands at 70 for 1 in this 14th over. Lewis is on 47 from 43. And Carlos Brown on 7. The wicket to have gone was Rain Williams. He fell for 16. He was caught. Outsmarted, you may say, by Harrison. Taps away of the crease Brown. Harrison once again. Turning it fine. They go through for a quick single. He don't normally say quick single when he comes on to Kennard Lewis. He doesn't fit the bill. Although not fitting it, he's doing it. $71 for 1. 2 deliveries to go to complete the 14th over. Lewis is on 47. Thoughts about playing the ball on the onside. If you look on the field, though, I don't know if you can see the entire field. No, you can't. There is a long on. Mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. Swinging into the edge, I think. It'll roll into the boundary for 4. They hit the edge or they hit the pad. I'm looking on the umpire. 4 runs. So that's his half century. Hitting the bat and going behind the stumps into the boundary for 4. Lewis has brought up his half century, not in a controlled manner, but nevertheless 4 more runs to the total. 4 more runs off the bat. That's important. 51 to Kennard Lewis. As he continues, whether controlled or not, he continues to do the work for St. Catherine. 71 on the board. 71 for 1. Patrick Harty continues. And we assume it's the last over before lunch. That's the assumption on my part. I may be incorrect, though, to be honest. Harty bowling to Brown. Steering on the pad. Sweeping is Brown. And it will roll into the boundary now. 4 more runs to the total. Well timed, well executed by Carlos Brown. Brown has moved on to 12. Scoreline stands at 79 for 1. 79, pardon me, for 1. I knew I was right. Harty string on the legs. There's a feeling on a deep square leg boundary. And they're shifting him around. There's no fine leg, no long leg. Using his pads, hits outside the off stump. And umpire says no. The appeal sang right around the ground. With the orchestra was disappointed at the end. Harty continuing from just in front of the George Headley stand. Flighted delivery has brought on the mid-on in the play. Coming across to his left. And that's a dot delivery. As you see, trail the first innings by 240 runs. We have some time to go in this second and final day. The Senior Cup final. St. Catherine entered this final as favorites because of their performances throughout the competition. Harty, the sticklet fine. They go through for 1. They will come back for the second. The 2 more runs to the total. Score is now ticked over to 81. Carlos Brown, he has moved on to 14. String again was Harty on the pads. He has a strong offside field, but he's bowling into the pads few times to Brown. A slip, back with a point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. It's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Going forward was Brown. Playing defensively was Brown. The umpire looked on his watch and says, that's lunch. So at lunch, searching for 320 for first innings points and victory. They are 81 for 1. That's St. Catherine. Devil Green has so far bowled 5 overs, taken none for 28. Paul Harrison, 1 for 42 from 7. And Patrick Harty Jr., none for 11 from 3 overs bowled. Green has only one who has bowled a maiden so far in the innings. 51 off the bat of Kenal Lewis. Carlos Brown is with him. And Carlos Brown is there on 14. And the only wicket to have gone so far in the innings, Arian Williams, bowled by Harrison, caught by Green, the mid-on running to his left. He left the party for 16. So what a morning of cricket we have had so far, with Kingston starting at 290 for 7 this morning. However, they're actually bowled out for 319. So they added this morning 29 runs for the last 3 wickets. Top scoring in the innings was Morris with 147. Buchanan was the next best at 40, and Morant 38. Bowling for St. Catherine, Royal finished with 5 for 101. And Pete Salmon, the captain, 3 for 53. While Lorraine Williams, the only other successful bowler, 1 for 48. So at lunch, searching for 320 for first innings points, Kingston, or sorry, St. Catherine, pardon me, are 81 for 1. We'll be back after lunch.
All right, thank you very much. And we are back to the post session in what is likely to be an extremely exciting second session. And the score is 81-1 at the moment. There is the Kingston team coming out. And in a minute now, we're going to be seeing Kennard Lewis and Carlos Brown making their way through. And that's a look at both squads. Carlos Brown and Kennard Lewis will resume battle. It's going to be Derval Green who will be coming from the north standing this time. And I can tell you that during the lunch and interval, it's quite some mustering. Kennard Lewis, there he is, 51 from 45. He's at 8 4s, 2 6s, so he's his usual belligerent self with the bat. And there's Carlos Brown, 14 from 23, a little bit more measured, but you expect him to increase his own intensity after a while as well. It's going to be Derval Green right after lunch. It's 81-1. Remember, they need 320 to win, and 2 sessions to get the rest of the runs. It's going to be Lewis facing. And here's the first ball right after lunch. Oh, well, that's not the first ball right after lunch. Green has checked himself. So here is now the first ball after lunch. And that slashed through the offside. That was hit with some power. And it has gone all the way. In fact, what a greeting. And Kennard Lewis is saying to Derval Green, well, I'm going to show you who's boss here. He walked that over cover for 6. First ball after lunch. Welcome, Derval Green. That was some start. Well, here's Green again then. What's his response? This is walked again over the infield. And that will go pretty close to the cover boundary as well. But they'll only get 2, you think? Yeah, they're not going to chance the third. So Kennard Lewis, it's a no ball as well. Signaled by the umpire there. But Kennard Lewis has come out after lunch. He means absolute business. They're going to strengthen that offside field. We're taking a man from back from the onside, from mid-wicket. They've now put him in the covers. Here's Derval again. This one is worked through the mid-wicket region. That could also go pretty close to the boundary. It does now. And what a start for Kennard Lewis. That was very well played. Having been carted twice over the infield on the offside. Derval Green this time trying to get closer to the stumps. and then found himself being worked through the onside for 4. And Kennard Lewis rushes up to 63. So score is 94 for 1. We've seen 14 runs in no time at all. In fact, with a no ball, it's more than that. Here is this one played a little bit more respectfully out towards Whitish Medan. No run. Better deliver that from Derval Green, who is gone for a few now. None for 41. And is in his 6th over. So he's taking some stick. Yes, indeed. There's also Derval Green again. And that's better played. Better bowled out into the offside. And a single to Kennard Lewis. Want to say big up to a young man all the way in Dubai. Mr. Zenith Fowler, sir. I know you probably missed the days when you were playing cricket, my boss. Big up my brother, who is former Jamaica player, listening to commentary from some distant world. He's watching his schoolmate Derval Green, this time to Carlos Brown. Carlos Brown is on 14. It's 95 for 1. They're chasing 320. 224 more to get in a little under 2 sessions. That's driven. Nice drive up towards mid-off. And well knocked down. Carlos Brown, highly thought of in Jamaican circles. One or two judges of the game feels he'll be the next outstanding Jamaican batsman. Has only played 1 first-class game, made his debut this season. And certainly looks the part, but he'll have to transfer all that talent into runs. That one is hit in front. Derval Green not getting the verdict he wanted. The umpire shook his head straight away, which probably meant that there might have been some inside edge on that. But it's the end of the 2nd over after lunch. Score 95 for 1 with Kennard Lewis and Carlos Brown continuing their middleweight. So it's going to be Patrick Harty will continue. Patrick Harty will be bowling to the ultra-aggressive Kennard Lewis. Kennard Lewis, the conversation keeps going. Romain Morris is the keeper. Here's Harty. And he's off the back foot, punches up to cover, no run. The amount of mustering that was going on during the lunch break. Green threatening Lewis. Lewis talking to Romain Morris, who are all from the same neck of the woods. Off the back foot. He slices a cut shot. That will go down to wide, 3rd man for 4 more. And Kennard Lewis has come out after lunch with positive intent. And at this rate, he'll get 100 in no time. It's 99 for 1 now. And Lewis moves up to 68. He's scoring rather rapidly since lunch. Harty again. And this is punched through the offside. Easy single. That's the 100. So that's the 100 for the St. Catherine team. 100 for 1. 16 and a half overs bowled. So they are scoring at a pretty decent clip. The run rate at the moment, as you're seeing there on your screen, is 6.06. This partnership is now 54 at the start, they required 4.2 to win. 4.2 per over to win. And as you can see there, they are scoring much, much quicker than that. It's now 3.7 is the asking rate from here on in. And you think if they don't get pulled out, the St. Catherine team will certainly lift the title. Here is Harty. And punched. Nice shot that from Carlos Brown. Lovely shot for 4. Oh, that was sweet. Really didn't hit that too hard. Came back, and as it spun across him, a spanking back drive, square on the offside. And 4 rather good-looking runs. Takes him now to 18. And they scored 104. That was a lovely shot. Here's Harty again. And that's, again, slashed out towards the man on the boundary at point. Is that another 4? It is. This one wasn't as short and wasn't as wide, but he made room. And a delightful square cut is another boundary. And St. Catherine on the charge here in this Senior Cup final. 108 now for 1. Carlos Brown goes up to 22. And Patrick Harty, at the moment, unable to contain these two. Here is Carlos Brown coming forward respectfully to that. And that's the end of Harty's 4th over. He's gone none for 24, so he's going at exactly 6 and over. And Lewis will continue to do battle, no doubt, with Derval Green. There you see it, Derval Green. His 6 overs have gone for 42. Harrison's 7 overs have also gone for 42. And Patrick Harty Jr., 4 overs, none for 24. So all bowlers, all 3 bowlers that we have seen on display so far are going at least 6 and over. And it tells you that the St. Catherine team won't die wondering. They are going at this total. And we get the feeling that there's maybe the odd twist still to come. Derval Green will continue to Lewis. Here's Green. And that's steered, but well knocked down by the man at Gully. Deliberately steered down. Green goes back to his mark. Deep in concentration. Forward comes Lewis. Yeah, he can do that as well. Played out into the covers, no run. So no ball as well. So maybe they're striving for extra pace there. Derval Green overstepping the front line. And he's set to bowl to Lewis again. That's there, down towards the vacant 3rd man, that's 4. That was deliberate. Just outside off. And Kennard Lewis getting the ball in between first slip and a finish Gully. And down to 3rd man for yet another boundary. They're coming thick and fast at the moment. So it is now, what's the score now? It's a score of 113 for 1. And Kennard Lewis now goes up to 69. He's on 73 at the moment. The scoreboard just taking a little while to take over. There he is, 73 from 56 balls. clearly eyeing a century. Romaine Morris got 145 it was, or 44 for the Kingston team, and Lewis trying to at least replicate that. He's forward. Nice delivery. Well played. And that's, in fact, they're coming back for the second. That's a horrible cricket. There were never 2 runs in that. But the point going to his right and the gully going to his right and the man coming off the point fence. Maybe both thought that the other would get it. In the end, neither got it quickly enough. And Lewis is back for 2. He goes now to 75. And when a batsman is going that well, you don't want to give him even more easy runs. 115 for 1 as here's Green. Again, good delivery. And well respected by Lewis. Takes off for a single. It's Carlos Brown back on strike. Lewis is now 76. Carlos Brown 22. And Derval Green's figures continuing to look a little bit on the expensive side. None for 50 from 6.4. Derval Green just having a little chat with his captain. There they are. Akeem Fraser. Not sure what Derval is asking for or what his captain is asking of him. We'll probably never know. Let's see if there is any change of the field. Yes, they are sending the man at point all the way back. Just out of picture to the left of your screen or to the right of your screen looking on. So it's Carlos Brown who will continue. He's on 22. Edged down to third man. Again, this time it probably will be cut off. The man running from backward point, running to his left. Well, they're back for the second. Carlos Brown now goes to 24. It's now 118 for 1. Carlos Brown again. Well played. You could hear the yelp from Derval Green as he delivered that. Well respected by Brown. It's 118 for 1 after 18. Kenar Lewis on 76 will continue, no doubt, from Patrick Harty from the George Headley Standard. Partnership is 74 from 64 balls. Lewis has contributed 46 of that from 34. And Carlos Brown, 24 from 30. He came in at number 3. So his Harty will continue. And this time it's Lewis on strike. Bright yellow helmet on. Here's Harty. Down the leg side, swept away. That is going to be 4 good-looking runs. Nobody at all in that square leg region. That was a lovely sweep shot, brilliantly executed. And Kenar Lewis, well, he's looking a dangerous customer at this point in time. That's 76 now. He's now 80, yeah. 80 from 59 balls. And it's 122 for 1. Here's a Harty to Lewis. Off the back foot, punched out to the man on the deep cover boundary. And they're coming back for the second. A little misfield. And these two are running very well between the wickets. Lewis goes up to 82 with that. So the scoreboard just, the graphics just taking a little time, but Lewis is on 82. Harty bowls. He punches off the back foot again. And this time they will only get a single. And he's 83. It's 125 for 1. Carlos Brown on strike now. Still another 194 to get, but at the rate that these two are batting, and with the kind of firepower to come, you can't write off St. Catherine at all. In fact, they may very well be favorites. That's appeal. And wasn't the most confident of appeals. And Carlos Brown lives to fight on another day. Here's Harty. That was a good delivery. Can he follow it up? He's short and punched out towards backward point for a single. Guilty of bowling a little bit too short. The batsmen have been playing the cut shot to balls dragged down. They're not really going out to drive, and that usually tells you that the length is a little bit on the short side. Brings Lewis back on strike. What will he do? It's 83 not out. That's what he is. And he sweeps again. A lovely sweep shot. And they take one and they will settle for one. Not sure that this is the best I've seen Patrick Harty bowled. Either been too short or badly lined. End of over number 19. It's 127 for 1 with Lewis on 84. And Carlos Brown keeping him company on 26, I think it is. Yeah, 25. So good going from St. Catherine. The batsman out so far is Orion Williams, who was caught by Derval Green off the bowling of Harrison. He was attempting a little half-hearted shot. And that's the only scalp that has gone so far. So a bowling change from the north stand end. Paul Harrison will come back. And it will be interesting to see what will Lewis's approach be. Harrison has taken the only wicket to have gone so far. He's gone for a few. But let's see if he could weasel out another wicket from somewhere. Here's Harrison. That's punched off the back foot again. And just like the other left arm spinner, Harty from the other end. Just guilty of dragging it down and allowing the batsman almost a free hit with those balls short and spinning away. Carlos Brown now comes on strike. Lewis is 85 at the moment. Let's see again. That one is better length. And Carlos Brown playing it out towards that straightish mid wicket, but can't score. 128 for 1 as Harrison again. And again off the back foot, worked it square on the onside. Takes up for a single. Carlos Brown goes up to 26 with that. And Lewis on 85. At the rate that he's playing, you could say 4 balls away from 100. Here's Harrison. That one was a little bit fuller. And though there was width, didn't force Lewis into a stroke. Harrison again. And that's the slug sweep that will go over the mid-wicket boundary. That was muscled away towards the Kingston club stand end. All you can say is, wow, look at the power on Lewis. He slug swept that. It really didn't wind up. It didn't look as if he was massively heaving at it. But he's a very powerfully built man. He made that look absolutely easy. He's on the charge again, cuts out towards backward point. And they take a single. That's all they'll get. 129 for 1. Lewis is on 91. And Carlos Brown is on 26. 136 for 1 from 20 overs. 9 runs from that last over. And the Kingston team really unable to contain the rampage that's going on. So Akeem Fraser now. It's still Harty. For a minute I thought there'd be a change, but it's Patrick Harty who will continue. And will Lewis get to his 100 in this over at the rate he's going? You'd be a brave man to bet against it. Has to be careful. There's a long on all the way back, a little bit square. There's mid-wicket all the way back. There's a man going all the way back to the extra cover fence. There's a man deep on the fence at point. So they are scattered to all parts. So Lewis will have to be very careful when he launches in the deep. And they are being very, very precise with the field placing. A man running all the way back to the backward square fence as well. So 3 people out on the leg side and 3 people out on the offside. They're just scattered to all parts as Harty from over the wicket. And Lewis is forward and gets a single. This could be tight. It didn't hit. May have just taken out Patrick Harty in the process. He's gone down for the count. And Patrick Harty has gone down.
Somebody check Mara.
And Romain Morris is also injured away from your screen. That's it. Morris ran for it from behind. Had a throw that hit Patrick Harty in the knee. But Morris himself, the wicketkeeper who darted from behind the stumps, he's also injured. It's all happening. Harty is very slow to get up. And Morris himself is not getting up. How often do you see two people getting injured from one delivery? So you're going to be missing the action for a little while as Patrick Harty and Romain Morris are both under the hammer. As Lewis continues. Looks like all will be well. That ends well. And while both fieldsmen trying to recuperate, seems as if they'll be okay. Harty is up and ready, and Morris is also ready to take his place behind the stump. So it's 137 for 1. And after this over, Sean Grant will take you through for the next half an hour. Having had, from what I'm hearing from good sources, 2 lunches. Sean says it's not true. It was closer to 3. So Carlos Brown now will come back and strike. 137 for 1. Lewis 93. And Brown 26. Here is Harty after that slight interruption. Punches back to the bowler, no run. That's well bowled, well played. Offering a very broad defensive bat was Carlos Brown. Again, coming forward to a nice deliver that from Patrick Harty, good length. Not quite there for the drive, but forcing Carlos Brown to come out onto the front foot. He's hit on the pad, but that was definitely going down leg. Here is Harty again. Short and punched through the offside. And will that get to the boundary? It does not. That's some good feeling down there. Looks like Boris Hutchinson, a man at 38-year-old with more than a hint of a punch, did very well diving to his left. Takes the score now up to 138 for 1. And Sean Grant will take you through for half an hour.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Higgins. And just, I'm really going to ask you where you heard that from. In terms of me getting 2 lunches or consuming 2 lunches. But I'm going to hold my peace on that. But I did have lunch, though. And for non-pork lovers, guess what? I had pork. That's what I ate for lunch. Score stands at 139 for 1. St. Catherine going great guns with Kennard Lewis on 93. Carlos Brown is on 28. So Harrison continuing from the Cornwalsh end. Bowling to Lewis. Outside the off stump, though. You saw that Lewis was winding up. A long on, long off. There's a cover. A sweep on the boundary. Short third man, a slip. Deep mid wicket. Defensive stroke coming off the bat of Lewis, who sits on 93 from 6 to 8 deliveries. Harrison has so far taken 1 for 51, the only successful bowler for Kingston in the Senior Cup final. A quicker delivery. Ball played on the offside. Soft hands once again. Not for the first, in the second time in Lewis's innings. They scamper through for a single. So one more run to the total. Lewis has moved on to 94. The score stands at 140 for 1. Harrison once again. Oh, straying on the leg side, sweeping beautifully into the boundary for 4. Oh, there's no fine leg, but that was certainly fine from Carlos Brown. 144 for 1. Carlos Brown has moved on to 32. Straying on the pads was Harrison. And he was punished. Harrison once again. Defensive play on the onside. Mid-wicket shifting over to the left, though. Mid-on. There's no mid-off. There's a long off. Extra cover. Point. There's a sweep on the boundary. Short third man. Into the right-hander once again. Brown plays on the right. Defensively. End of another over. So 2 dot balls to close out the 22nd over. The score stands at 144 for 1. End of the 22nd over. Lewis on 94. And Carlos Brown, he's on 32. Loving Devon Green has so far bowled 7 overs, none for 52. Harrison, the only successful bowler, won 456 from 9. And Patrick Harty Jr., none for 36 from 6. See, there's a change in the bowling. Just checking with the scorer. Akeem Fraser is the new bowler replacing Harty. So Akeem Fraser is the new bowler. Bowling from the Michael Holding end. He will be bowling to Lewis, who sits strong on 94. I've seen Green, Harrison, Harty. No time for Fraser. Akeem is his first name. I was telling you about the conditions earlier. Bright and sunny at Sabina Park. Bowling into the right-hander. Lewis turns in on the onside, only to find mid-wicket getting involved. Dot delivery. His first of the innings, Fraser. Fraser once again, flighty delivery. Hit on the pad, but going down leg. No appeal coming from the bowler, Fraser. But appeals going around the field for that delivery into the pads of Lewis. Jerome Foster, the weatherman yesterday, was telling you where the breeze was blowing from east to west. String on the pads, swinging the ball, and he's caught. He's caught. At the square leg boundary. Kenan Lewis goes. He cannot believe it. He was caught right at the boundary ropes. Fielder had to move to his right. And Kenan Lewis has to go on 94. The second wicket to go down. The score stands 144 for 2. So Joel Yuan moving to his right, taking a very good catch. Not spectacular, but a very good catch. Moving to his right. And Kenar Lewis looking very disappointed, but searching for 320 for first innings points. Losing their second wicket, St. Catherine, on 144 runs on the board. So checking to see who is the new batsman. So we think it's Javor Royal, though. Just want to confirm. So Javor Royal is the new batsman. That's Fraser. Bowling to Royal. Shot outside the off stump, playing the ball on the offside. They thought of a single, though, but it was not on the first slip. Darting to his right. So 144 for 2. Still, Kenar Lewis could not believe it. Flighty delivery. Royal not in total control. The little movement of the seam. Royal tapping away at the crease. Fraser. Successful so far in this over. Flighty delivery. Royal back down the pitch. Now, will St. Catherine consolidate? Or will they continue on the same trend? That is the question that's going to be asked. They need 320 to take first innings points and to win this matchup, Senior Cup final. However, Kingston, they need 8 more wickets. So as you see, Lewis going for 94. Opening the innings with Orain Williams, who contributed 16. Carlos Brown coming one down. He's there unbeaten on 32 from 42 deliveries. And Royal, he'll be standing at the non-striker's end. As Harrison will continue from the Courtney Walsh end. He'll be bowling to Brown. A slip. Short third man. Point. Sweep on the boundary. Extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Deep square leg. Bowling to Brown outside the off stump. A quick delivery. Not the greatest delivery at all from Harrison. Bowling once again to the right-hander Brown. Defensively he plays. Score still stands at 144. In the 24th over. 75 overs need to be bowled. By Kingston. Call it a day's play. The reason why, though, 13 overs or 12.3 or 12.2 overs were bowled this morning. That constitute 13, and the change of innings constitute 2 overs. So 15 in all. Harrison bowling to Brown. Back of the track he plays. Is he going to open his shoulders? Outside the off stump. Swings the ball in the air. Will he be caught? Yes! He's gone. Peeling off the outer half of Carlos Brown's bat. And Brown goes for 32, caught by Michael Riley. Off the bowling of Harrison. And St. Catherine now losing their third wicket. 144 for 3. Wow. It would be interesting because they know you go for the runs. And that would set up huge total. I think the captain has come in, Pete Salmon. Just to confirm, though. So the captain, Pete Salmon, is there to join Javor Royal. So losing 2 quick wickets on 144. That's St. Catherine at the end of that over. So Fraser will be continuing from the Michael Holding end. Javor Royal will facing up to Fraser. Pete Salmon will be at the non-striker's end. Was not to the pitch of that delivery, Carlos Brown. Hit the outer half of the bat. Flew on the offside. Sweeper coming in off the boundary, taking the catch. 3 wickets to have gone. Williams, 16. Lewis, 94. And Carlos Brown, 32. 2 batsmen at the crease. Yet to get off the mark. Fraser. Fly to deliver to Royal. Punching down the ground. Long on, moving to his left. He's off the mark. Score ticks over to 145 for 3. Salmon taking his guard. We told you before with interesting happenings, though, because St. Catherine, they have to go off the runs, though. And if you're going off that runs, you'll have to go aggressive at times. And persons would say it wasn't needed. And started their chase at 4.26. And over it was cut down to 4. And over. Fraser bowling to the skipper, Salmon. Mid wicket brought in. Short fine leg. Flighted delivery. Playing out on the onside. To the mid wicket region. There's no mid on. There's a long on. There's mid off. Point. Deep. Outside the off stump, the Fraser delivery. It's the Salmon watchful. Was half-hearted playing that delivery. Here's Fraser once again. Bowling to Salmon. Flighted delivery. Swinging the ball. Coming out the outer half of the bat. They go through for 1. They think of a second. And they come back for the second. Not a controlled shot from Pete Salmon. And the green must be feeling happy. Fraser, pardon me, must be feeling happy. Salmon facing again. He's off the mark. Watchful. Salmon. From that delivery from Fraser. 147 for 3. Going back, going back and jarring the batsman. That was a sharp bounce. Beat Salmon outside the off stump, taken by the wicketkeeper. End of another over, 25th. 147 for 3. Pete Salmon's on 2, Javor Royal 1. Look through the scorecard. Lewis went for 94. Williams, his opening partner, 16. He was the first to go. Williams, Carlos Brown, went for 32. And then 2 batsmen at the crease, Royal on 1 and Salmon on 2. Harrison will be continuing from the Courtney Walsh end. Bowling to Royal. Forward short leg being implemented. 1 slip, backward point. Extra cover, sweep on the boundary. Mid off, long on, mid wicket. Deep square leg. To the right hander, Royal. It's on the outside. No third man, no fine leg. Or long leg. Harrison once again. Bowling to Royal. Playing the ball on the outside. Man at backward point, moving to his right, can't prevent the single. Sweeper coming off the boundary. 1 more run to the total. As it goes to now 148 for 3. Royal has gone on to 2. We have seen some explosive batting by St. Catherine players. Carlos Brown and Kenar Lewis. However, both have gone back to the pavilion to tell the tale. Salmon on to find extra cover. With that drive. Forward short leg looking on. A slip. Back with a point. Sweeper. Mid off, mid on. Mid wicket. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Harrison gets another wicket. The captain, Pete Salmon, did not know where stumps were. Stepped forward, did not play at it, and watched the bails and the stumps rocked back. The 4th wicket to go down for St. Catherine, who is wobbling 148 for 4. So Salmon goes back for 2. We'll tell you who the new batsman is. As Royal at the other end. That's a beaut of a delivery from Harrison, bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. So 148 for 4. As Harrison will be continuing to bowl to the new batsman, Ramal Lewis. Harrison. String on the leg side, though, with some bounce and some turn. So I said that St. Catherine wobbling. 148 for 4, searching for 320 for first innings points. Oh, the hit on the umpire, the appeal. A leg before, no, says the umpire. End of another over by Harrison. A successful over. Score stands at 148 for 4. And you may say Kingston may have an edge, or the game is in the balance, whichever way you want to put it. But with the pressure of scoring runs on St. Catherine CC, it may favor Kingston at the present time. Fraser will be continuing from the Michael holding end. He'll be bowling to Royal, one slip. Short fine leg. Deep square leg. Coming down the track, swinging the ball in the air. Will he be caught? There's a man there at long on. And he takes the catch, but he steps on the rope. It's 6. The long on fielder took the catch, but stepped on the rope as he took the catch. So that will be judged as a 6. Was off balance when he took the catch. But when he took it, he was going back, stepped on the rope, and fell. 6 runs to Javor Royal. Fraser once again. Short. Played on the onside. Fraser to Royal once again. So we're going to make a slight correction, though. We said that Ramon Lewis was there, but at the non-strikers end, actually Bennett was gone out, not Lewis. We do apologize for that. As Fraser continues. Bowling to Royal, little turn in that delivering onto the pads. Royal being very watchful. 154 on the board. Royal has always been an explosive batsman, playing for his school, winning the Grace Headley Cup, playing for Jamaica, playing for the West Indies youth. Fraser. Bowling to Royal, coming down the track. And Fraser saw him coming, though. Dropped it short. Knew what was in the mind of Royal. Cat and mouse game being played between the two players. Fraser once again bowling to Royal. Flighty delivery outside the off-stump. Cutting is Royal. They go through for 1. And 1 is all they'll get. Score now stands at 155 on the board. So 155 on the board for 4. So we're checking to see if Harrison will continue. Bowling to Royal. So short third man. A slip, back with a point. Extra cover. Sweep on the boundary. Long off, long on, mid-wicket. Sweeping hits on the pad and appeal for leg before. But I thought it was outside the off stump, though, to be honest, where he was hit. And he has not moved. 155 for 4. Royal living dangerously. Harrison gliding the ball down to the third man region. It will run into the boundary for 4. The short third man is wide. There's one slip in between the two players into the boundary for 4. Delicate shot this from Royal, opening the face of the bat. 159 for 4. Harrison will continue from the Courtney Walsh end. No change in the field. Back with a point, extra cover, sweep on the boundary. Long on, long off, mid-wicket. And just before square. Harrison bowling to Royal, sweeping this time to the fine leg region. It go into the boundary for 4. 2 consecutive boundaries for Royal. Royally done. 163 on the board for St. Catherine. Remember what the target is to gain that first innings points and the match. 17 runs for Royal. Bennett at the non-striker's end. Harrison once again. Bowling to Royal, defensively he plays. Fielded by Harrison, darting across. On slip. Not a shot. All delicately done. Let me tell you why it was a beautiful shot. Now the short third man has been moved to a short fine leg, and there was vacation there, not vacant. It was a vacation, you may say, at the backward point and first slip. He saw that, and he guided between the two. So movement of the field, not helping Kingston at all. That's moving around. Oh, driving beautifully down to the man at long off. At the end of this over, you'll hear from Mr. Higgins and take full control. So the score stands at 165 or 166 for 4. And the young man has moved on to 20. And Bennett will be at the non-striker's end. The water break coming on. There's no water cart, but a water break coming on. So Bennett and Royal at the crease. And that's in. Let's look at the scoreboard though. 165. Just making a correction in terms of the score. There's 165 or 166 for 4. As you look through the batting card, Orain Williams fell for 16. Kenar Lewis 94. Both opened the innings for St. Catherine, searching for 320 for victory. You have Carlos Brown 32, and Pete Salmon, he fell 4-2. So Orville Higgins will join the party. Not necessarily a party goer though, Mr. Higgins. For the party of cricket being displayed here, we expected this. We expected drama between the two teams. And we're having drama unfolded at Sabina Park, the Senior Cup final. You couldn't have asked for more. This is where it matters most. And the reason why I say that, though, because St. Catherine, they have not been bowled out the entire competition. But guess what? Whether you do it in the entire competition, the final, it matters most. So the two batsmen want to get on with it. That's Bennett and Royal. And so too Mr. Higgins. I like the shirt that he's wearing, though, to be honest. You can see him from a mile. In fact, when I arrived in the car park, he was the only one that I saw at the broadcast end because of the color of the shirt. A lot of persons would say it brings out the color of his eyes. Mr. Higgins?
All right, Sean. Up to his usual verbal troubles. We'll just take a little break while the water break is on and the two batsmen will re-engage in a little while. So we'll be back in about a couple of minutes. So we're about to see play after the water cart. Well, they don't have a cart these days, but a water break. And St. Catherine will continue. They are 165. And it's Akeem Fraser will continue to Royal. 165 now for 4. And you'd have to say Kingston will be the happier of the two teams at the moment. Here is one punch down towards Long On off the back foot. And Royal adds 1 to his tally. 166 now. Here is
Bennett facing, right? Bennett facing, right? Bennett facing.
so Bennett is the batsman on strike. And he's having some company. Forward short leg, leg slip. There's first slip. And here's Fraser. He's down the track, drives up towards Long On and gets a single. Tumbling save by Derville Green. 1 more to the total. And I think Bennett now gets off the mark. 167 now for 4. Royal and 24 back on strike. Here's Fraser now to Royal. He is hit on the pad, I think maybe just going down. Yeah, the wicket keeper was well down the leg side by the time of the appeal. I think it is safe to say that that would have just missed the leg stump as Royal prodded forward. Different complexion to the game at the moment. Kingston were going so well when Carlos Brown and Kennard Lewis were going absolute great guns, but wickets has changed the complexion of the game. This one is swept around to backward square for 1. 1 more to Royal takes him to 25 now. Now 168 for 4. Bennett comes back on strike. He's on 1. Fraser bowls and he was nowhere near that. Probably expecting the off spinner to spin back towards him, but the ball never came back. Good take from Romain Morris. And at the end of that over, it's 168 for 4 with Royal on 21, Bennett on 1. So the start of a new over now. And Hart it is who will continue. And Royal is sweeping. Some bounce on that. May have just hit him somewhere in the midriff. Oh, it's Harrison bowling. Yeah, it's Harrison, the left arm spinner, bowling to another left arm spinner. That's probably why the confusion came in.
Man, if you want to come play.
And that sweep shot from Royal has not met with the approval of one or two St. Catherine supporters. They're appealing to him to be a little bit more responsible. But Royal just takes his time too. Just takes a little bit of a time just to relax himself. Yeah, he's asking Harrison to just wait a little bit. 168 for 4. Now he takes up his bat and ready to resume battle once more. Here is Harrison from around the wicket. And he punches off the back foot out towards cover, but doesn't score off that. Game just maybe in the favor of Kingston, but you can't rule St. Catherine out yet. That's forward comes Royal. And a little bit more belief now in the Kingston fielders. They were out of it an hour or so ago. But now the game a little bit more evenly poised. This is a nice drive out towards cover. They take one and they'll come for the second. No, they won't. Nice, pleasant front foot drive up towards cover for one. And takes Royal now to 22, and Bennett comes back on strike. They have a man now stationed at forward short leg. Let's see how Bennett responds as Harrison from round the wicket again. And he's forward. Wanted a single, square on the onside, but discretion being the better part of valor, they decided not to go for it. Here's Harrison again, and Bennett again, pushing right forward and can't score. End of the over. 160, is that 169, Mr. Scorer? 169 for 4. 22 for Xavier Royal. Akeem Fraser to resume battle with Xavier Royal from over the wicket, the off spinner. And that's worked out towards backward square for a single. Brings Bennett back on strike. 170 now for 4. Which means another 150 to get. Now they're putting in the forward short leg. They're applying more pressure to the newer batsman. They didn't have a short leg when Royal was on strike. But here's Bennett now from Fraser. And he's sweeping down towards backward square. That's a lovely shot. That will go into the boundary. That's 4 good-looking runs. Brilliant execution. The ball was dead straight, so he couldn't afford to miss that. But you could see what he was doing. He was really taking advantage of the fact that the square leg was in. Now he's sending him back. But that was always going to be 4 once it got past the man of the infield. Well played. 4 more to St. Catherine and 4 more to Bennett. 176 now. And he's sweeping again. But this time the man who has been sent back will restrict the scoring only to 1. So Bennett has drawn for the broom, as they say. And this time it's Royal who is back on strike on 23. 176 the score now for 4. Here is Fraser. And Royal plays forward out into the offside. He's played 1 or 2 aggressive shots as Royal, but has also looked quite resolute in defense as well. And a little delay as Bennett wants some running repairs to the boot. And as much as the mustering gets turned up to high decibel levels, the game has been played in fairly good spirits as well. 176 as Fraser now to Royal down the pitch and heaves it in the air. Could this be safe or it's the catch? It's dropped. Dropped by the man in the deep. And could that be an expensive drop? Royal advancing down. The ball was in the air for a year and a day. And the man coming off the deep cover boundary really didn't look like he was going to catch that. And Royal will live to fight another day.
Come again, Happy, come again.
So here's Royal again. And this time he stays back and punches up to mid-off. Can't score. End of the over now. Is that 177, Mr. Scorer? Is the board correct? 178 for 4. With Royal on 25. 6 to Bennett. And that drop catch may prove to be quite costly in the end. You never know. One of the more well-known cliches in cricket is that catches win matches, which by extension means drop catches can cost you matches as well. So Harrison now to Bennett again. Here's Harrison. And that's played out into the leg gully region. Let's see the signal. Yeah, leg buys. Ball just ballooning off the pad into the short fine leg region. Total now 179, is it? 179 for 4. Brings Royal back on strike. He's forward. Royal has advanced down the track on 2 occasions. Once you could argue that it was a drop catch at long on, but it went for 6, and the other spiraled high into the cover area. He was also dropped there. He's driving out to long on. Much better shot. Much safer at any rate. And he goes on to 27. It's now 180 for 4. Bennett back on strike. St. Catherine not going at it with the same intensity as when Lewis and Carlos Brown were going. But you can bet that they have visions of still winning this one. Kingston might have other ideas. Batsman is forward. And right back at the bowler. Harrison again. And again, that's played forward. The ball coming off the inside half, out towards backward square. Will they? No, they will not risk the second. And it's another single to Bennett. Takes him to 8. And it's a 181 for 4. Bennett moves on to 9, in fact. And he will resume battle with Hakeem Fraser. 181 for 4. What's the asking rate from here on now, Mr. Scorer? The scorer is telling us that they only need 3.3 and over from here until the 90th over. So the run rate is really not a problem. It's really a matter of wickets or runs that's driven up towards mid-off. Driven a little bit too hard for the single. But that was correctly played by Bennett, just coming forward and stroking it up to mid-off. Here's Fraser again. And this one held back a little bit, not quite as full. And Bennett just dropped it close in, didn't attempt to score. Here's Fraser. Yeah, punch back to the bowler. Fraser. And this is driven. Nice shot out towards mid-wicket. Coming right across it. And played with a turn out into the onside. And another easy single takes Bennett up to 10. He's looked compact. Royal has been a little bit more aggressive and more likely to take the odd risk. He's twice gone down the track out of the blue. And let's see if he'll adapt the same aggressive approach here to Fraser. He's in his crease and cuts nicely. That was a lovely shot because he was always playing against the spin. And it goes out towards backward point on the fence. Nice little shot that from Javier Royal. And it shows that he just doesn't want to bludgeon it down the ground. He can play the delicate shots as well. It's Fraser again. Oh, that kept a little bit low, a little bit quicker. And Royal kept it out, playing back to the bowler. 184, is that, Mr. Scorer? 184, Royal 29, Bennett 10. And the latest here is 194 for 4. St. Catherine replying to 319 made by the Kingston team. So Harty will take over from his fellow left-arm spinner. And he'll be bowling from around the wicket at Bennett, who is on 10 at the moment. 184. Harty, who spilled the chance from Javier Royal, may feel he owes his team a breakthrough here. Here's he from round the wicket. And Bennett is right forward. No run. Harty. Bennett almost premeditating that long forward defensive stroke. He's out very early. There he is again, that left foot coming down the track even before the actual delivery. You could see that Bennett, oh, that one was outside off. No shot. Well, he played a shot, but no touch. Now rehearsing that maybe he should have just left that alone. Again, right forward. They want a single. And that was always going to be dangerous. But well sent back by Royal. The score remains 184 for 4. And Bennett continues to show quite tight defense. He's biding his time, not prepared to take any chances just yet. Harty. And edging out towards the gully region, all along the ground. And that's a good over that from Patrick Harty. And the score remains 184 for 4. Bennett on 10. And Javier Royal, who will now take strike, is on 29 not out. Here is Fraser to Royal, and that one finding itself down at that short fine leg position. No change to the score, 184 for 4. Fraser again. Down the pitch he comes. Wanted a single, but that was well bowled by Fraser, who saw him coming and just held the length back. And every now and again, we see Royal advancing at the spinners. Well, certainly at Fraser, but had the presence of mind not to go for the shot when he found that he was knocked to the pitch. Fraser again. And he's sweeping off a straight ball. This could be out. This could be tight. It is not given. Wow, that looked fairly adjacent. Let's look at the replay here. And you'll never know, because as you're seeing from the camera angle there, we are not dead over the stumps. But Royal may, just from the naked eye, may just be counting his lucky stars there. The replay is loading, so we'll take a look at that. Royal walks away. Here's Fraser again. And Royal is hiking that out towards the man at mid-wicket. Kept it on the ground. And gets a single. Brings Bennett back on strike. It's 185 for 4, as you see. I think you're seeing there. Fraser in his 7th over now. He's taking 1 for 23. Here's Bennett back on strike. And plays out into the offside. Is it Bennett or Buchanan batting? Well, disregard that name, Javon Buchanan, on the graphics there. It's actually Bennett. He's working that one out towards mid-wicket. And was that a drop catch? Did it carry? The fieldsmen are not looking particularly disturbed. But it's the end of another over here. and a rather reluctant looking Sean Grant will take you to tea.
Not necessarily, though, Arville. I was just wondering if it was a chance or not, to be honest. Looked like, though, but it went pretty low. But the score is about half an hour to go before tea. 185 on the board for 4. So Harty from the Courtney Walsh end, bowling to Royal. Flighty delivery coming forward, finding the man at long on. One more run to the total. Rotating the strike with Bennett. Well, they're thinking they can carry the score to about 220 before tea. But time will tell. Harty will be continuing. Bowling to Bennett. Forward short leg being implemented. Extra cover. There is a cover that's deep. Playing forward defensively is Bennett. One slip. The mid on deep. Mid off. Once again, Harty. Oh, chipping that into... Oh, he dropped him. Another drop opportunity. I was going to say chipping that into the fielder's hands, and I can't believe he spilled the opportunity. Harrison dropping that opportunity, dropping that chance. That was as easy as a Sunday morning in the Sunday afternoon. A chip by Bennett. Oh, my. Bennett from that delivery from Harty playing on the outside. The chances going up begging. Kingston losing the plot. Harty once again to Bennett. Defensively he plays. 186 runs on the board for 4. Harty once again. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. He's gone. I think he was stumped, actually, more than bowled. He came forward, and the wicketkeeper whipped off the stumps, the bails, everything, and the square leg umpire raised his finger. So it's gone, stumped. So another wicket to go, the 5th wicket to go, after getting a lifeline from Harrison after he was dropped. Came forward. 186 for 5. Bennett goes. Raman Lewis is next batsman to join Royal at the crease for St. Catherine. But we said before that Kingston was losing the plot, but the plot thickens. 186 for 5. Fraser has been on for a long time now. Bowling to Royal. Lewis at the non-striker's end. String on the leg side though, popped up. Wicket keeper was going to the left, not realizing the ball was popping up. So no forward short leg. No leg slip. Fraser continuing. Changes in the field. Short fine leg, one slip. Deep point. Pulling to Royal. Coming down the track is Royal from that delivery from Fraser. Dropped it short though. Saw him moving out of his crease. Been very watchful, Fraser. Not for the first time. We have seen him do it. He knows that Royal tends to come down to try to hoist him. This time around, look at quicker delivery. Fraser once again. Swinging the ball in the air. Got into the boundary for 4. No one moved. Short delivery dispatched by Royal. And 4 more runs to the tally. .35 runs. This to Royal. 190 on the board for 5. Short delivery that from Fraser, dispatched. Here Fraser once again. Oh, swinging the ball in the air. It will be going in the stands. That it does in the George Henley stands. A 4, then a 6 off the bat of Royal. 10 runs from the last 2 deliveries. That was short. That was belted in the George Henley stands. 196 for 5. Fraser being punished for bowling short. Defensively, Royal plays. And that signals the end of another over. Score stands at 196 for 5. Royal has moved on to 41. Lewis, who'll be facing, is yet to get off the mark. Hasn't faced just yet. Taking his guard is Lewis. Harty. Bowling to Lewis. Defensively he plays. Forward short leg brought on. One slip. Extra cover. There's a deep cover. Back with a point. A mid-off. Long on. Mid-wicket. Trying to play on the back foot though. Timed with that shot, with that delivery from Harty. Lewis facing up once again. Swinging. Outside the off stump though. It's an appeal for caught behind. No, says the umpire. There's no one in the deep mid-wicket region. There is a long on. Was a man of square leg boundary. There's a big gap in between the two. R2 once again. Trying to run the ball down to the third man region. Well, that was a quick delivery. Lewis timing not on spot just as yet. The score still stands at 196 for 5. Swinging, and don't all to find the man at long on. They go through for one. One is all they get. The intention was not to find man at long on. Mid wicket a little bit square though. But one more run to the total. And Lewis is off the mark. 197 for 5. Harty once again. Hit on the pad. Is he going down leg side? So says the umpire. Was all over the place. Royal. Was it more so 3 minds than 2? Want to play defensive, want to turn on the leg side, want to play offensive, want to play on the offside. It was all over the place from that delivery from Harty. So 197 for 5. So searching for 320. Victory Fraser will be continuing from the Michael holding end. So just a slip, forward short leg, back with a point. There's a mid-off. The mid-on has gone back to long on, mid-wicket, backward of square. Lewis looks on. Looks on the field though, timing not there just yet. And 2 batsmen, Lewis and Royal. Just giving him oomph more so, the forward short leg, encouraging the bowler Fraser. Fraser now bowling to Lewis. So hitting the inner half of the bat, they go through for 1. They can come back for the second though, but Lewis does jogging the first. Well, they come back for the second. Royal being very watchful, don't know why. So 2 runs to Lewis. Timing not there just as yet though. That was a flighted delivery from Fraser. Slip forward, short leg, back with a point. Extra cover, bowling to the right-hander. Swinging the ball in the air. And it goes over the fielder's hands. 6 signaled by the umpire. The crowd froze a short while ago. Many persons thought it would have gone in the stands. Dipped quicker than expected. The fielder was there, made an attempt, went high, but went over his hands. 6 runs off the bat of Lewis. And 200 on the board, 205. So Fraser will be continuing. Adjustments in the field. You have long off. Long on. Mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square. Bowling to Lewis on the pads. Turning on the outside. They go through for a single mid-wicket. Coming around to his right. So 206 on the board. 206 for 5. He has reached double figures. That's Lewis. He's on the non-striker's end. He has gone to 10. But Royal sits on 41. He faces up to Fraser. From the Michael holding end. A light breeze blowing over the ground here at Sabina Park. Flighty delivery. Defensively, he plays on the onside. Mid-wicket gets involved. Still the score stands at 206 for 5. Once again. Thought about going down the track, though. And the fielder coming to his left. The mid-wicket, failing to hold on. And the long-on fielder just taking a few steps forward. As a batsman, they cross for 1. 207 for 5. Fraser. Once again, he'll be bowling to Lewis. Slighted delivery. Turning into the right-hander. He's hobbling somewhat. As they go through for one. I said before he was walking one. Maybe he could do any better. He does look injured. And they close over with a single. 208 for 5. A lot more overs to be bowled to complete the day's play. 319 was made by Kingston, who were sent in to bat after losing the toss yesterday. Harty continuing from the Courtney Walsh end. Bowling to Lewis. Looks around the field though. No forward short leg this time around for Lewis. More so back with a point. There's a cover, extra cover. Bowling to the right-hander, playing back to that delivery. And Harty just holding his head. Lewis taps away once again. Watchful, hitting the inner half of the bat. He scampers through for a single. It goes to the square leg region. So one more run to the total. 209 for 5. Lewis has gone on to 12. He hobbles over. As he stretches his left leg. So one slip. Back with a point. The sweep on the boundary. Extra cover, long off. And a gone mid-wicket. Deep fine leg. Deep square leg. Harty bowling to Royal. Plays him defensively. So one more run to the total. No more run to the total, pardon me. 209 for 5. That's a dot delivery. Cutting outside the off stump. Back with a point coming in. 209 for 5. And the 40th over of the innings. Harty once again clipping off the pads. They go through for one. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they are coming back for the second. And hobbling for the second is Lewis. And they make the second 2 more runs. 211 on the board. 211 for 5. And 44 runs. This for Royal. Faces up once again. And they're straying on the pads. They go through for a quick single. And they make the single. Lewis. He's moving pretty fast between the wicket. Although he has the injury. As end of another over. 212 runs on the board. 212 for 5. Lewis has gone to 12 while a man called Royal is on 45 runs. Lewis has had some youth experience under his belt. Very good, promising player. Lewis. As we look to see. Seems like the bowling change. Derval Green will be coming back on. And just making a glance over to the scorer. Didn't look extremely good this morning, though. Moved the ball off the seam. Didn't get any to come into the right-hander, but moved away from the right-hander. So the bowling change, will it bring any fortunes to Kingston? Reminder of the game so far, they were sent into bat yesterday, closed, or they were all out for 319 in the morning session. Ramin Morris, top scorer in the innings with 147. Javon Buchanan made 40, and Lionel Morant 38, while Michaela Riley contributed 27. The bowling department for St. Catherine, who won the toss and elected to field. Royal took 5 for 101. Pete Salmon 3 for 53. And Lorraine Williams 1 for 48. In response, searching for first innings glory and the Senior Cup title, St. Catherine 212 for 5. Searching for 320 runs. So one slip, third man. So Green, bowling to Royal, coming across. This is Royal being very watchful. Won't have the same effect as he had this morning with a new ball. And Royal just very watchful though. And very positive. Coming across the stumps. Playing the ball back down the track. Mid wicket. Mid on, mid off. Long leg. Green. Bowling. Came down the track though, cutting down to the third man region. When it came stepped down the track to the pacey, or the pacer, that shows he is extremely confident as he's moved on to 46, Royal. One more run to the tally. 213 on the board for 5. That's a sign of disrespect being shown by Royal. Green bowling to Lewis. Oh, that's a bumper. Wide, signaled by the umpire. So one extra. So wide, signaled by the umpire. So the score should tick over to 214 for 5. As time ticks away. Second session of 3 on the final day. The Senior Cup final. Have to big up Advantage General. Outside the off stump, slashing is Lewis. Playing under that delivery from Green. But one of the sponsors, Advantage General. Sponsors of the awards, weekly awards. Big up to these sponsors. For being a part of the J.C.A. family. Oh, running the ball down to the third man region. One more run to the total. The fielder had to move to his left. So one more run to the tally. 215 on the board for 5. Single. This from Lewis. Royal facing up to Green. Oh, beaten outside the off stump though. Coming down the track once again is Royal. Not for the first time. We have seen him do it in this over. And I said before, it's a sign of disrespect. The second time he came down the track to the baser. Let's see what Green will do with this delivery. Royal looks on. He's on 46. In the ball on the outside. Point region. He's deep as he comes off the boundary. And they scamper through for one. Finish the over. Royal has gone on to 47. Lewis is on 13. And the score stands at 216 for 5. Green has looked impressive this morning. So Harty will be continuing from the corner watch end. He'll be bowling to Royal, who's on 47. So one slip. Slip pretty deep though. Back with a point, extra cover, sweep on the boundary, long off, long on, mid wicket, deep square leg. Flighty delivered to Royal. Defensively he plays. Extra cover getting involved. Harty once again. Flighty delivery. Mid wicket moving to the left. No run scored from that delivery. Still the score stands at 216. Still, Royal sits on 47. Quicker delivery on the back foot. Still a dot delivery. Harty once again. Outside the outside, running the ball down to the third one region. They go through for one. They come up for the second. The ball goes pretty close to the rope. And they get two, so he sits on 49. 218 on the board for St. Catherine, searching for 320 runs for first innings honors and the overall champions. Harty. They thought about going for a single though, playing the point region, back at the point, moving to the right. Single was not there. Remember, Lewis is running and hobbling. Harty. Punch the ball, extra cover, has got involved. End of another over. 218 for 5. So Lewis on 13. And Royal on 49. 218 for 5. That's a score for St. Catherine CC, searching for 320 for victory. Devil Green will be continuing. He'll be bowling to Lewis. Hasn't looked so confident. Rama Lewis. Pulling to Lewis. Oh, cutting outside. And they go through for one. That's a brilliant stop in the covers. Kept it low though. One bouncer for the fielder in the cover cordon. If it had beat him, they'd have gone to the boundary for 4. So 219 on the board. Searching for 100 and 1 to win. Royal. Angling the ball down to third man region. They go through for 1. And he'll make his half century. For Royal. 50 for Royal. The cheers go out for the St. Catherine batsman. It's a 220 on the board as they search for 320 for victory. Green bowling to Lewis, leaving that ball outside the off stump though. Thought about getting on top of that delivery, but changed his mind. Last delivery, he cut into the cover cordon, cover region. This time he allowed that to go through. Green once again, mid on and mid off, mid wicket. Long leg. Outside the off stump, slashing is Lewis. And that delivery, that was a wide delivery from Green. Third man. Point deep. Maybe the last over before tea. Here's Green once again, bowling to Lewis. A better delivery into the stumps. Most of his deliveries have been outside the off stump. This time, bowling on stumps. So at least the batsman will be thinking that he's not one-dimensional. .220 for 5. Green, full delivery from Green. Was searching for the Yorker. That signals the end of the over. And I'm looking at the umpire, the signal T. It is T. 220 for 5. That is T. As St. Catherine, they're searching for 320 runs for first innings points. So 100 runs to go if they are to gain that first innings and be the champions of the Senior Cup in 2023. The final session will be intriguing between Kingston and St. Catherine. Kingston, they batted first, scoring 319 runs, led by Romain Morris's 147 and Javon Buchanan 40. Javon Royal took 5 for 101 and Pete Salmon 3 for 53. In the innings so far, 220 for 5. It is none other than Kenar Lewis. He has so far top scored in the innings with 94. Carlos Brown has chipped in with 32. Guess what? We'll be back after tea for the intriguing finish on the final day of the J.C.A. Senior Cup final between Kingston and St. Catherine happening at Sabina Park. When we come back from the break, you'll hear the voice of Orville Higgins.
All right, so we are about to see action in the final session of the day's play, with the match rather interestingly poised. It's 220 for 5, which means they need another 100 exactly in this, the final session. Run rate, really no problem. We'll get from the score the exact rate required. But we know that they need 100 in the final session here. It's Royal who will take first strike. And this one is driven back at the bowler, Patrick Harty. Is that Harty or Harrison? It's Harty, actually. So Harty bowls, and Royal, who is an unbeaten 50, plays back at the bowler. Should be an intriguing final session here. Royal is forward. It's a very evenly poised game at the moment and could go either way. This partnership is crucial. It's Harty from round the wicket bowls, and Royal is attempting to cut. Maybe just a little bit closer to him than he would have anticipated. Maybe a little drift back in towards the right-handed Royal. All's well that ends well from his perspective, as Royal faces up to Harty again. And that one was pushed away into the onside for the first single in the post-lunch session. It's now 221 for 5. So Ramal Lewis comes on strike. He's on 14 at the moment. Royal is on 51 at the opposite end, by the way. Here's Harty. And Ramal Lewis goes right forward, kill the spin. And it's the end of the first over in the post-tea session. It's 221 for 5. So it's going to be Derval Green who will pick up the action from the George Headley stand end. Royal is on strike. These two will be key in how this game turns out, or in how this game turns out. That was wide down the leg side. Well taken by Romain Morris. Still 221 for 5. Royal on strike is on 51. Key wicket. If he bats to the close, it's done and dusted, you would think, for St. Catherine. Therefore, his wicket is the one that they really want. Ramal Lewis at the other end, as you can see, is no mug with the bat either. So it could be a really interesting finish here. Down the leg side again. They're appealing and not out. Derval Green all the way in the other crease. Might have just touched the pad on the way through. The appeal wasn't the most convincing at all, but that's what fielding teams do. You appeal when you think the umpire may give you in your favor. But I thought that was a good decision. Here's Green again. This one is worked out in towards mid-wicket for a single. Takes him to 52 now. He's 52 not out is Javier Royal. And Ramal Lewis, the man they call Happy. He's on 14, 222 for 5 as you're seeing there. Green to Lewis, tucks it in towards the backward square region. And another single. Now 223, 15 now to Lewis. And Royal on 52 comes back on strike. Bright sunny afternoon here at Sabina Park in an intriguing match. You like the fact there's a final. Lovely shot past the bowler for 4. Oh, that will qualify as one of the shots of the match for sure. There are very few shots in cricket better than a straight drive played with the kind of authority that that one was played with. Lovely shot. And 4 good-looking runs to Royal. Oh, look at the replay here. Copybook. Doesn't get much better than that. And he knew it too. Held the pose. And that was as good a shot as we've seen all day. .92 now to get. Or will Green respond to being punched back past him? This time a little bit shorter, but a no ball as well. Good running by Ramal Lewis backing up, who is not, you'd say, in the best of health. There's a slight limp to Ramal Lewis, who is now on strike. But total now 228 now, 57 is Javier Royal. Remember, Royal had also finished with 5 wickets. I'll tell you how many runs came off Royal's bowling, but he's already making himself a candidate for man of the match, especially if his team goes on to win. Here is Green. And driven up towards cover by Ramal Lewis. End of the over. 227 for 5. Is that 227 or 228 for 5? 229 actually. What was Royal's figures, Mr. Scorer? Yeah, so Royal 5 for 101 with the ball and an important 57 with the bat. If the St. Catherine team goes on to win, I don't think you can look much further for the man of the match. Of course, Morris had gotten 145 as well. But his all-round effort here is certainly making Javier Royal among the front runners for man of the match. Patrick Harty could well still have a say. Here's he. He's on the back foot, plays out towards mid-on, no run. Harty again. Royal is forward. And that's driven. And they'll get 1. Let's see the signal. Let's see. There was no signal, so it did come off the bat. Ballooned over the man at slip. Looks like there may have been some ricochet from the glove of the keeper as well. And may have been a drop catch there. Yeah. Brings Lewis back on strike. 2:30 for 5.
Keep going, Kingston. In it.
And punched out towards long off the back foot for Lewis. Easy single. And Lewis is playing an important little hand here. Yeah. Flew rather quickly past first slip. But there may have been at least a half a chance there. Here is Royal steering it square on the offside, but can't score this time. And that's a delicate cut shot. That could run pretty close to the third man boundary. I think they'll pull it back just in time. But that is showing that Royal is more than just about bludgeoning it down the ground. Showing some deft touch. Steering it down to third man for 2. It's now 2:33 for 5. With Royal on 60. And Ramal Lewis now on 18. So Derval Green will continue. Ramal Lewis is on strike. Drives down towards mid-on. That's a lovely shot. That will run pretty close to the boundary. Gets there. Lovely shot that from Ramal Lewis. He may be a little incapacitated by an injury to his left knee, but when you pitch up like that, it really wasn't a half volley either, but he hit delightfully through the line. Down to long on for 4. 2:37 now for 5. And here's the replay. It was a delightful on drive. May have intended for it to go even a little bit straighter, but it came off the inner half. But he kept his composure, kept it down. And it was 4 the minute it left the bat. Now, let's see how Derval Green responds. Driven back past the bowler. Lovely shot. And that's 4 more. So 1 on drive through mid-on. And a pleasant off drive. If anything, this was even a more convincing shot. And a lovely shot that. 4 runs to Ramal Lewis. Lewis is now on 24. And it's now 2:41 for 5. Only 78 now to get. And Kingston need wickets. They need them as quickly as possible. This pair could take the game completely away. Here is Green. Short and cut out towards third man. Will it go into the fence all the way? It does. That's 6. And Ramal Lewis, who was playing second fiddle to Javo Royal for the most part, has come out after tea, all bristling with intent here. 2:41 now. Well, 2:47 now for 5. Only 72 to get. 30 to Ramal Lewis. And Derval Green coming in for some stick here. Here's Green. It's all happening. Drives back up towards long off this time for a single. The mid-off had gone all the way back. And one more to Lewis. He's now 31. 60 to the man now on strike, Ramal Lewis. How many this pair has put on, Mr. Scorer? They've put on 62. Very valuable runs here as Green down to Royal. Oh, nice punchy cover drive. Really wasn't threatening to hit the cover of the ball that time, but held his shape, just stroked it up to cover. Akeem Fraser was well placed to prevent the single. And Javier Royal, who is playing an absolutely valuable knock here for his team. He is slapping it square on the offside for a single. And it's the end of rather expensive over that from Green. 248 now for 5. 61 for Javier Royal. And 31 for Ramal Lewis. So Harty will continue. And Royal will continue to do battle. He's forward. They are appealing. Not out. Maybe some bat involved. So Royal and 70, Mr. Scorer. Is that correct? Royal and 70. 61. He's on 61. Down the pitch and heaves that all the way into the stands. It's gone for 6. And Javier Royal and Ramal Lewis are doing it in style at the moment. That goes all the way into the north stand. Did it clear the north stand? All the way over? I don't think I've ever seen anybody clear the north stand before. That was a massive hit. Where's it gone? Over the roof. 64 to get. The scoreboard is saying 70-something, but I'm sure he's not at that. He's 67. The scoreboard has 76, so they've got the numbers the wrong way around. But 255 for 5, that's correct, Mr. Scorer? Yeah, so 64 to get. And this pair is rapidly taking the game away from Kingston. The ball has disappeared. They will call for a change of ball. And that's what kind of delaying play at the moment.
67.
Royal, 6-7.
67 Greybeard.
Tickle.
I get it wrong. So we're having a little delay here while they are trying to get the ball back, or at least a replacement ball. And they are still waiting around for another ball. Yeah, now the scoreboard making the adjustment. So Royal on 67, Ramal Lewis on 31, St. Catherine on 255 for 5. It's one of the biggest hits I've seen at Sabina Park. I've never seen anybody hitting the ball clean over the north stand before. That one may be all the way in Crossroads by the time it finishes its travels. What a hit that was. Well, after what seems an eternity, we are ready to resume. It's a different ball. Harty bowls, and that's a pleasant back drive out towards cover. Some batting here by Royal. Goes to 68 now. Brings Ramal Lewis back on strike on 31. Forward he comes. There's $750,000 on offer for the team that wins this. So a nice little change as a reward for winning this two-day Senior Cup title. That one is punched off the back foot out to long off. And one more run to the total. 32 now for Ramal Lewis. And 68 is Royal. He's getting one that will go down to short fine leg. This could be tight. I tell you something, if that had hit, then Ramal Lewis may have struggled. He's limping a little bit, as you're seeing there. I'm not sure that that was the most advisable single you'll ever see. Is it 258 now for 5? 61 needed. Remember, they're chasing 320. Having dismissed Kingston for 319. So this will be a one innings game for sure. So Harrison will continue now. Will take over from Derval Green, who was roughed up badly in the last over. And Paul Harrison will now see if he can have better fortunes. Left arm spinner. Bowling to Royal, who knows a thing or two about left arm orthodox spin himself. He's forward and plays out into the covers, no run. Harrison bowls, and well played out into the offside by Royal. Harrison again. Short of the back foot, and that's there. Past him at that point. That could run into the boundary. That's well played. Oh, he's doing it in style at the moment. That one was just short. He made that adjustment onto the back foot and deliberately steered the ball past him at that point. It was a lovely, deft touch And Royal is showing that he's not just about brute force. He does have the ability to play proper cricketing shots like that as well. 262 now for 5, and a mere 57 standing in the way of a St. Catherine win here. That's down the leg side. This could run all the way to the fine leg boundary again. What's going to be the signal? It is 4 runs more to Royal. He seems unstoppable at the moment. And he's getting closer and closer to another landmark, having taken 5 for 100. 5 for 101. Well, he's now on 77. And it doesn't get much better than taking 5 wickets and scoring 100 in the same game, especially a final. He opens his bat and steers it towards backward point, gets a single, takes him up to 78 now. 267 for 5. Lewis on strike. And here's Harrison to Lewis. He hits that out towards the man at mid-wicket. Only a single. He really lift up into his bat in anger there, but we'll have to settle for 1. He goes up now to 33. It's now 260, 269, Mr. Scorer. 268 for 5. 78 to Javier Royal. 33 to the man who will face now. That's Rama Lewis. Facing up now to Harty. He is trying to swing it over the mid-wicket region. Didn't get a touch. Had he made connect with that you think would have flown way over the Kingston stand. Wasn't in any danger of being out LBW. It was always going well down the leg side. And Harty it is. And that's tickled out towards short fine leg. They will take a single. And they are throwing at the non-striker's end because Harpy, or the man Ramal Lewis, clearly bothered by a leg injury. Always a little slow to move from one end to the other, but he was probably well and truly home. Even if the throw had been accurate, he moves on to 34. And Royal comes back on strike on 78. 269 for 5 now. Kingston, they need wickets. And they're appealing. Not out. Again, may just be struck outside of playing a shot. The umpire was unmoved. Royal is probably suggesting to Harty, what on earth are you appealing for? The game of very small margins there. It's difficult to tell without the benefit of the review system. But Harty again to Royal. And he is trying to swing it over wide mid-wicket. Lucky not to be bowled. And a few nerves still in the game. Even at this stage, a man who is on 78 not out may still be feeling his heart pumping in his chest. Ramal Lewis, who is a cool customer, a former West Indies youth captain with a good head for cricket on his shoulders. He calls through Royal. And sometimes it's not so much what you say to the nervous partner. Sometimes you just break the momentum of the fielding team. Take some time just for him to compose himself. So you may call him down and say, I have nothing to say to you, but breathe. Breathe. How much of that Royal listens to is anybody's guess. But he may be looking to tonk this one out of the ground again. But in fairness to him, in between those adventurous stroke play, his defense has been quite sound as well. So which version do you get now? Well, that's swept away. They're appealing, and now he's giving him. So all that talk about breathing and composing himself did not work. And Royal goes for 77. Caught by the man, by the wicket keeper down the leg side, Romain Morris. And a good little hand here, but that has now just maybe slightly opened the door for the Kingston team. And as I said to people at the start of this final, I have absolutely no dog in the fight. I want a good final. And it appears, well, it's not appearing, we are getting a good final. So this could still go either way. Romain Morris is the wicket keeper. We'll tell you who the new batsman is in a while. Jamal Taylor is the new batsman. So 269 for 6. 50 runs to get. 4 wickets to get if you're a Kingston supporter. And it's going down to the wire. Jamal Taylor is the new batsman. And you can only tell the kind of tension that he must be feeling at the moment. He only needs to be there with Ramal Lewis, who is unbeaten on 34 at the other end and doing it pretty much his own way. But there's an old adage in cricket that one sometimes means two. And the most vulnerable time for a batsman is now when he's just come out. I'm sure 1 or 2 words in his ears as well. And they have closed the fielding on him as well. So there's a slip and there's a man at back pad. Jamal Taylor, what have you got? Well, he has a solid defensive shot to start with. End of the over. And we leave it to Sean Grant, who will take you through to the close of play.
Not happening, Orville, not happening at all. But one thing you mentioned a while ago, though, Orville, about the deep breath and the young man coming down to have a word with Royal to say, take a deep breath. Probably he did. He took the deep breath, then swung out that delivery. But certainly losing their 6th wicket for 269 runs on the board, St. Catherine. And Ramal Lewis, person said after lunch or after tea, it depended on Royal. Now that responsibility has switched to Lewis. And to the entire team. So Harrison will be continuing. Bowling to Lewis. No bad pad for Lewis. Has been aggressive somewhat. Just a slip. Short fine leg. Backward point. There is a cover, or extra cover. Sweep on the boundary. Long on and long off. Deep mid wicket. And a man at the deep square leg boundary. So Harrison making the adjustments in the field. Bowling to Lewis. Searching for 320 runs for first innings honors. That delivery, faced with the full face of the bat, played on the offside. Once again, swinging the ball, peeling on the outer half of the bat, and the fielder backward point, few steps behind, could not stop that ball going over the outstretched right arm into the boundary for 4. So 4 runs peeling off the outer half of the bat. On the man that said the responsibility lies, Ramal Lewis. Taps away at the crease, 273 for 6. Bowling short at delivery, going back trying to punch by Harrison. Up for the task, Harrison. 4 wickets to go for Kingston. Total of 320. Swinging, hit on the pad though. Trying to swing on the leg side. And remember on the onside field. Deep mid wicket. And the square leg boundary. And there is a long on. He has to be very careful. Once again, Harrison bowling to Lewis. Defensively, he plays 273 for 6. It's a ding-dong battle between the two teams, searching for 320 for victory. Flighted, driving down the ground, hits the right leg of the bowler Harrison. He must be in some pain though, or the right boot, more so than the right leg. But he walks like he's feeling no pain, the hand and the boot. But still the score stands at 273. Lewis on 38. And with him is Taylor, yet to get off the mark. This is intriguing as Harty will continue from the Courtney Walsh end. They need 4 wickets, Kingston. And St. Catherine need 320 runs. It has nothing to do with time. A result will be on the cards here this afternoon for either team. For the first time in the last 2 days, we see a Jonker flying over Sabina Park, settling himself. For what team, I don't know. Taylor facing up to Harty. Outside the off stump, a quick delivery. That from Harty. 4th short leg. A slip. Bowling to the left-hander. Getting the ball back up the track. Looks on, mid-wicket is there. Into the pads, turns around, thought of a single. You know, the fielder comes around to the left to prevent a single. Mid off and mid on. Flight delivery outside the off stump once again. Watchful is Taylor. Kingston won't mind at all if he doesn't play at any of the deliveries. They won't mind bowling at him for the rest of the afternoon. Harty once again. Flighted delivery. Beaten. And he played at that delivery. It runs pretty close going into the boundary for 4. Should be 4 byes though. I'm looking to see. Yes, the signal now comes from the umpire. 4 byes signaled by the umpire. So 4 more runs to the total. And that suits well for St. Catherine. Does not suit well for Kingston. Coming forward at that delivery was Taylor, being all ends up from Harty's delivery. But also beating the slip and also the wicketkeeper. 277 on the board. 4 wickets in hand. Harty will be continuing. This time going into the left-hander. Taylor. Driving is Taylor. Finding the mid-off, who is deep. They go through for 1. They think of a second. It went right through him. They'll come back for the second. And they're appealing that he's run out, but umpire says no. They're appealing that he was run out. That's Lewis, but the umpire said no. He was home. But the fielder at mid-off went right through him, took his sweet time to return at the non-striker's end, but the batsmen in between were not incisive. As they came back for the second, it took their sweet time though after completing the first. And they lived dangerously. However, they're still there at the crease for St. Catherine. That was close. Umpire was right there. A 279 for 6. Harrison continuing. Not happy, Harrison. As the two batsmen, not having a word though, but he saw Lewis was coming down the pitch. Just looking into Taylor's direction. A short fine leg, backward point, sweep on the boundary. Extra cover, bowling to the right-hander, hitting the inner half of the bat though of Lewis. Onto the pitch. Harrison continuing from the Michael Holding end. Long on and long off there, deep mid-wicket. Another square leg boundary. Quicker delivery to the pads, turning on the onside. They go through for one. They think of a second, but one is all they get. But this is what Kingston wants. They want a strike at Taylor. Will they carry Slimidov or forward short leg? Well, I think they're now going to introduce a forward short leg. Put him under some pressure, though, from Kingston. Why not? Did not look impressive early on that last over, playing at that delivery. And whizzed past the edge of that bat. Harrison will have his chance up against Taylor. Left-hand batsman Taylor for St. Catherine. 280 on the board. Searching for 320 runs for victory. Into the left-hander. That delivery. So 40 more runs for victory. 4 wickets for victory for Kingston. Flighted, driving, missing. Seemed like he was driving Miss Daisy more so than anything else, but not to the pitch of that delivery. It was pitched outside the off stump. Does not look the part of a batsman, Taylor. Flighted this time into the pads, playing defensively. As Taylor has time though. Lewis at the other end, non-striker's end, looking very concerned. As Harrison once again, quicker delivery. The Taylor punching into the ground. The signal at the end of another over, the 53rd to be exact. 280 for 6, searching for 320 runs for victory. That's St. Catherine CC after they won the toss and elected to field. They restricted Kingston to 319 runs. And they bowled them out earlier this morning. Returning here at 290 for 7. Has taken 29 runs for the last 3 wickets. Harty will be continuing from the Courtney Walsh end. Rolling to Lewis. As we look on the board. 39 for Lewis. Driving is Lewis, find the man along on. Just moving to his left. They go through for one. One is all they'll get. 281 on the board, 40 runs for Ramal Lewis. We heard some patrons early on that all they need from him was 40, but at this time of the day, they will need a bit more than 40 runs. Taylor. Harty. Bowling to Taylor. Quicker delivery. Soft hands, playing the ball on the offside. He must remember, though, when he came forward and that delivery, he bowled, whisked past the edge, went for 4 byes. To Taylor once again. Hit the outer half of the bat. They go through for one. They'll think of the second, though. And yes, they're coming back for the second. See the outer half of the bat of Taylor. 2 runs needed for St. Catherine. Met with some cheers here at Sabina Park, especially in the George Headley stand. Harty once again. Bowling to Taylor. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. Be very watchful. Turn on that delivery into the left-hander. He has to be careful. As Captain Pete Salmon was watching, his wickets got knocked back into the left-hander once again, though. To turn and bounce on that delivery. Half-hearted appeal by Kingston players. 283 on the board. Defensively, Taylor plays on the outside. Signals the end of Harty's over. Score stands at 283 for 6. 40 runs off the bat of Lewis, while Taylor is there on 4. I don't think a bowling change is going to happen right now. We saw Harty from that end. Harrison, I think he will continue from this end. We gave you the prediction without the crystal ball settings. That would have definitely been exciting on this final day. So Harrison, bowling to Lewis. Flighted in the ball on the outside. They go through for a single. Backward point moving to his right. One more run to the total. Total stands at 284. Taking its sweet time, trying to reach the winning target. It's an intriguing battle between the two teams. Now look on the bowling. Harty has so far taken 2 for 60. Harrison 3 for 88. Bowling to Taylor. He plays on the offside. Met with some cheers from the supporters in the George Headley stand. And Akeem Fraser 1 for 46. Flighty delivery. All sweeping. It peels off the top edge of the bat. They go through for 1. They come back for the second. Ballooned in the air behind. And 2 runs off the bat of Taylor. Mistimed that effort. Went right behind. Popped up. Went over the wicketkeeper's head. 286 on the board. Now Lewis having a word with Taylor. We hope it's not the same words he gave to Royal. Or St. Catherine is hoping that, not we. Harrison driving, and he's caught. He goes. The 7th wicket to go down. Taylor goes. So after getting some advice from Lewis, as did Royal, they both go. The 7th wicket goes. St. Catherine, 286 for 7. But Moranta mid-wicket taking that catch of the bowling of Harrison. So Daniel McCallum is the new batsman. Replacing Taylor. We said before it's going to go right down to the wire. That's though, if I was Ramal Lewis, though, I would not say anything to any other batsman. He spoke to Royal, the next delivery was out. He spoke to Taylor, the next delivery was out. So say nothing, though, as McCallum is facing up to Harrison. I have to big up everyone watching across the globe. Harrison so far taken 4 for 89. Bowling into the pads of McCallum. Bring the ball back up the track. The confidence of the St. Catherine players, which were oozing this morning, are certainly dwindled. Into the pads once again. Being very watchful is McCallum. And seeing him off, end of another over, successful over for Kingston. 286 for 7, needing 3 more wickets to take the title. So most persons were saying the 319 was not enough. May prove to be enough, or may not. You have to play the game. Harty, he continuing from the Courtney Walsh end, bowling to Lewis. Now he has to step up, Ramal Lewis. Can't sit and watch all the wickets go around him. Going forward defensively. There's Lewis. He's on 41. Once again, Harty bowling to Lewis. Going back, they're appealing for leg before, and I'm watching the umpire. It's a long-winded appeal, but no, says the umpire. Not at all, not happening today. The heart was in the mouths of all the St. Catherine players and all of the spectators. All were watching the on-field umpire. Well, that must have been close. Harty once again. Bowling to Lewis. Going back and cutting is Lewis. There's a sweep on the boundary. They go through for 1. 1 is all they get. So 1 more run to the total. 42 runs for Lewis. 287 runs on the board for St. Catherine. It's a 320 target they're searching for. Will the target will be reached? Only time will tell in the Senior Cup final. Have to big up the sponsors again. Advantage General for the medals presented every week. You don't normally see sponsors sponsoring cricket these days. So kudos to Advantage General for their arm of sponsorship. Harty putting to the new batsman coming forward. Appeal for leg before. No, says the umpire. Another long-winded appeal, McCallum. As Harty looks dejected. That must have been another close call. Here is Lewis coming down to have a word. This does not look good for St. Catherine. And many persons from St. Catherine hoping the trend is broken now with this delivery from Harty. Goes to McCallum. Oh, edging on the leg side to go through for one. Very good field. Coming around to his right. Preventing a boundary. And the batsman then went through for one. Harty continuing, bowling to Lewis. 288 on the board. Going back and cutting. Go through for a quick single at the non-striker's end. And the hobbling Lewis makes it. Seeing at the end of another over. Score stands at 289 for 7 at the end of over 56. 43 runs for Lewis, who may be the chief architect for the victory. If it is that St. Catherine attains it, but if it goes the other way, you may look on the 147 for Morris for Kingston. And the architect doesn't necessarily mean you'll get the man of the match. Architect's not necessarily the one that is praised. Do the work behind the scenes. Harrison continuing from the Michael holding end, bowling to Lewis. We have seen some gigantic, massive hits. Some spills, some thrills, some enigmatic shots. But most of all, we're witnessing an intriguing contest between the two teams. It's definitely a final. A final worth traveling miles to see. 289 for 7. Lewis taps away. Bowling to the right-hander, feeling for that delivery from Harrison was Lewis. Here once again is Harrison. Going back and punching through the covers. They go through for a quick single. And the feeder in the cover had to move to his left. Couldn't prevent the single though. But went through for one. Will the field change for McCallum? So I would have thought though to put the fielder or the batsman under a bit more pressure. He's a new batsman. Does not show great batting ability. May surprise me in his innings. But so far, he has not shown that great batting ability. But no one around the bat. Harrison to McCallum. Playing the ball on the offside. Wanted to find the fielder. He's yet to get off the mark though, McCallum. Lewis at the non-strikers end sits on 44 with the score sitting on 290. 30 runs for victory for St. Catherine. 3 wickets for this Kingston team. They go through for 1. They think of a second, though. Ball played in the square leg region. 1 is all they'll get. 291 on the board. And McCallum is off the mark. Harrison bowling to Lewis. Fly to delivery on the offside. They go through. So 1 more run to the total with some applause from the St. Catherine supporters. We got quiet earlier on. Now the vocals have started again. They have seen the light at the end of the tunnel. It was dark earlier on. Oh, let's see. 292 on the board. 28 runs for victory. 3 wickets on the other end of the scale for victory for Kingston. Harrison bowling to McCallum. Wanting to drop it short and run a quick single, but you must remember, though, that Lewis is hobbling. Although going through quickly between the wicket, he's still hobbling, so he won't get the best of him. But you're getting about 85%. End of another over. Score stands at 292 for 7. 45 runs for Lewis and 1 for McCallum, who stands in the non-striker zone. Harty will continue for Kingston in the bowling department. Bowling from the Courtney Walsh end to the right-hander Lewis, who has a lot of youth experience under his belt. Say a word. Conversations being had on the field. So there's a long on and long off. No mid-ons. Extra cover, sweep on the boundary. Back with a point. Short fine leg. Deep in wicket. Bowling to the right-hander. Driving on the outside. Finding extra cover, moving to his left. But stretching for that delivery, though, was Lewis. Harty once again. Quicker delivery, cutting. Well, there's a sweeper down the boundary. So 1 more run to the total. 293 on the board. And 46 runs is going the way of Ramal Lewis. McCallum will be facing up to the bowling of Harty. Quicker delivery, driving and peeling on the outer half of the bat. Beats a man at backward point to move to his left. They go through for 1. They're coming back for the second. And 2 more runs, innocuous runs. But 2 more runs, nevertheless, to St. Catherine. Important runs to them. And they are now not jetting, but more dripping at 295 for 7. 3 runs for McCallum. Going to the right hand of McCallum, who plays on the onside. They go through for a single. As Orville Higgins will take over midway.
All right, thank you very much there, Sean. How many wickets did you get in that spell? 2? All right, so the game is interestingly poised. I want to big up a few people. We'll do that in a bit. Here's Lewis. Forward. Keeper took the bails off, but the batsman well and truly home. 23 to get. And Ramal Lewis continues to play an exciting hand. All right, so just about 23 to get for the St. Catherine team to lift the All-Ireland two-day trophy. And I want to take the time out to big up some people who are listening to the broadcast from all over. Big up to my clubhouse friends. Big up to George Gordon and Rowan Taylor and Wavell Hines and Kerry Scott and a few more. In fact, I'm going to tell you a little bit of some of the names of the clubhouse masters that will be taking part in a competition in Atlanta, Georgia, around about May 26th. And they are all listening in at the moment as Harrison now bowls and McCullum drives out towards Long On for one. And that was in the air for a while, but in the end dropped well short of the man at Long On. Now 220, 297 for 7, Mr. Scorer. Brings Ramal Lewis back on strike. Ramal Lewis was playing a very, very good hand here. He's on 46. Only 22 runs to get. Kingston need wickets. That one is played out into the offside by Ramal Lewis. And I was telling you about the clubhouse that is comprised of quite a few well-known names in local cricket circles. A lot of the members listening in at the moment. And there's an Atlanta Masters tournament to be played on May 26th. If you're listening to coverage from anywhere in the USA, you may turn out to see names like Steve Gordon, Michael Millwood, Kerry Scott, Wavell Hines, Delroy Morgan. There's names like Rowan Taylor, Orlando Baker, big up George Gordon. All names that a lot of Jamaicans would be familiar with. Here is Harrison, and this is driven out towards long off. And another single. Total now 298, Mr. Scorer, or is that 299? 298. And how much is Ramal Lewis now? Makes him 47. What an important innings he's played here. Wasn't all that successful with the ball, but the runs he's scoring at the moment are like gold. St. Catherine needs 22 to lift the title. Kingston needs wickets. That's played very confidently forward by the wicketkeeper, McCullum. Can be a very stodgy little customer. Not really known for his expansive stroke play. But that's not really needed, because Lewis going so well at the other end. Another defensive shot, that by McCullum. And this time he punches that off the back foot. Lovely shot for 4. Oh, that was sweet. It was flighted, but it was short. And McCullum rocked back and picked the gap between point and cover. And it rushed into the boundary square on the offside for 4. That's the 300 up. 302 for 7. Here's it again. It was too short. And McCullum backed away and punched it square. Gets 4. And St. Catherine now are smelling victory in the All-Ireland two-day Super Cup or Senior Cup. $750,000 to the winning team. 500 for the runner-up. And that's a nice little check to look forward to. They need wickets here, does Kingston. Harty to Lewis. Umpire just signaling dead ball, maybe too much chattering going around. A little tension here in the air now. Harty. Oh, that one spun. That one did spin as Ramal Lewis poked forward. Here is Harty again, and this time a little bit more secure in that defensive shot was Ramal Lewis. He's on 47. He'll be wanting a 50 as well. But that may not be uppermost in his mind. He wants to be there at the close. He swings and, my goodness me, how that did not bowl him, only God knows. Patrick Harty looks to the heavens. A couple LBW calls have not gone his way. And a wild swing from Ramal Lewis didn't result in the timbers being disturbed. And it's probably just one of those days, Patrick Harty. We've all had them. How that missed. The proverbial quota vanished away from the stumps. Careful, careful, Mr. Lewis. He's forward. Plays back at the bowler, no run. Score says 302 for 7. Harty is on 47. Probably wanted to bring up his 50 in style. And this is just mesmerizing cricket at the moment. Driven. He wanted to hit that towards extra cover, but it peeled off the inside half and going down into the wide mid-on area. 303 now for 7. 17 needed. Brings the more circumspect McCallum on strike. All right, McCallum now faces up to Harty. He's playing forward. A ripple of applause from the St. Catherine supporters. He did his job. He kept that out. And it's going to be a water break. And the score at the moment, 303 for 7. And this should be the final water break for the rest of the proceedings. 313 for 7. And again, big up to my clubhouse friends. I know you're all listening to the cricket. Many of you would have played Senior Cup cricket yourself. For some of you, for one of these two teams. And I understand that the interest is quite high. So big up to George Gordon and Rowan Taylor and the rest of the guys listening in. We take a break though. And we'll be back for what should be an exciting maybe 15-20 minutes after the water break. We don't envisage it going on much longer than that either way. All right, so again, we want to remind, or just mention again, well, there's a look at the bowlers so far. 4 bowlers used. Derval Green, none for 82. He's taken to the cleaners. Paul Harrison, well, he's taken 4 for 100. Patrick Harty Jr., 2 for 72. And Akeem Fraser, 1 for 44. So Akeem Fraser has been reasonably economical. But the pick of the bowlers has been Harrison. And this is, of course, the final of the Senior Cup competition. So the resumption after the water break in what is a nail-biting finish here. St. Catherine would be definitely the happier of the two teams at the moment. Is there a change of bowling here? Javan Buchanan is the new bowler. Some right arm off breaks. Well, he didn't deliver that. Maybe that was a little bit of gamesmanship or just didn't feel right coming out. We'll never know. But 303 for 7 as Lewis on strike works that nicely out towards square leg. They take one and they are coming back for the second. And a good 50 that for Ramal Lewis. Excellent knock under pressure in a final. And the former West Indies youth batsman, in fact, the former West Indies youth all-rounder, has certainly played his part with the bat. As St. Catherine closes in that on the 320 required. So 50 for Ramal Lewis. Buchanan will continue to Ramal Lewis. .305 for 7, 15 to get to lift the two-day Senior Cup title here at Sabina Park. That's just tucked around to mid-wicket by Lewis. Well, that just bounced a little bit, but he played it nicely enough in the end. Buchanan again. And that one is worked in between the man at square leg and the man at mid-wicket, who made a hash of it and allowed a second run when there was absolutely no need for that. Boris Hutchinson going with the foot as opposed to the hands and allowing a second. 307 now for 7. Ramal Lewis on 52. He's driving over the top. That's gone for 6. Lovely shot that. Wow. That one was pitched up. And he deposited over long off. And that's 6 runs to Ramal Lewis. Sean Grant will take you to the close of play. I'll be doing the presentation ceremony. So Sean will have the honor. Well, you never know. Still 2 balls left, and it could very well end before that. Lewis, what a hand he's playing. He's backing off and punching square on the offside. Gets 1, and they'll settle on 1. Maybe 40, 30 different voices advising against the second. Brings McCallum on strike. And another mid-pitch meeting between McCallum and Ramal Lewis. Let's see what happens here as Buchanan bowls to McCallum. And he punches off the back foot, but straight to the man at point. And Sean Grant will do the honors of taking you to the finish and catch you at the presentation ceremony.
Well, I do the honors of carrying to the finish of the day's play because you don't know who will win the contest. Although it seems like it's going St. Catherine way. 6 runs to take first innings and the victory in Senior Cup 2-day final at Sabina Park. Seems like Harty will be continuing from the Courtney Walsh end. Looking on the bowling though, Harrison has taken 4 for 100. Harty 2 for 72 and Fraser 1 for 44. This from 9 overs. Both Harrison Harty Jr. bowling 20 overs. Harty continuing. Bowling to Lewis, just a slip. Back with a point, extra cover. Sweep on the boundary, long off, long on, mid-wicket. Bowling to the right-hander. Lewis driving back to the bowler. No run scored on that delivery. Still the St. Catherine supporters on their feet. Swinging the ball on the leg side. They go through for one. And one is all they get. So 3:15 on the board. One more run to the total of Lewis. He's on 60. So 5 runs for victory for St. Catherine. 3 wickets for Kingston. Discussion mid-pitch between Lewis and McCallum. Hasn't worked out too well, mid-pitch discussion for Lewis. Majority of the time, but not all the time. But what the innings we have seen from him, though. If his team goes on to win the Senior Cup title, he has hobbled from the first delivery he has faced, but has held his own. Great courage and character being shown by this young man. Harty bowling to McCallum. Oh, squeeze give. Past him on a square leg, they go through for one. Diving to his left could not prevent the single. One more run. 3:16 on the board. So 4 runs for victory for St. Catherine. Came into this final as favourites. Harty bowling string on the legs. And wicketkeeper. That's Morris coming around. And taking out the bails though. Well, Lewis' foot was firmly planted in his crease. But going through the motions was Morris. Square leg umpire coming in. Harty will continue. Bowling to Lewis. Quick delivery. Cutting. Can't beat the fielder. They go through for a quick single. On the outside, the cover corner. There's no one on the boundary. If that beat him, would have been 4. All ends up. Three runs for victory. 3:17 for 7. 3 wickets for victory for Kingston. St. Catherine, after winning the toss and electing to field, restricting Kingston for 319 runs. Harty to McCallum, sweeping beautifully into the square leg boundary to bring out the victory for St. Catherine. $321 runs on the board for first innings honors, and by that they will go on to take victory in this matchup by means of first innings. McCallum with a glorious sweep to move past a total of Kingston. 321 for 7. So the 2 captains, they can call it now. Well, they're still continuing. Well, they can call off the game. Well, they're still continuing. Buchanan, he will be continuing from the Michael Holding end. Holding to Lewis. And St. Catherine, they have not been bowled out in the entire competition. Probably they want to do just that. Lewis swinging from that delivery, pitched outside the off stump. Little turn though, into the right-hander. Buchanan once again, quicker delivery, peeling off the outer half of the bat. We'll have some backspin on it. They go through for one. One is all they get. And one more run to the total, 322 on the board. And increasing the tally by Lewis. A nod of the head by Lewis. He knows that St. Catherine, they have the trophy. There's half an hour to play. Oh, swinging, hitting the upper half of the bat. Goes into the boundary for 4 of the bat of McCallum. Top edge over the slip and the wicketkeeper into the fine leg boundary for 4. So it should be 326 though. Buchanan continuing. McCallum cutting, slashing outside the off stump. They're missing everything except the kitchen sink. The score is 326. That's looking on the scorer. 327. Oh, swinging that to the fences. Into the boundary for 4. McCallum. That's 6. Oh, my word. That's a 6 for McCallum. It bounced over the rope. Thought it had bounced before. But a 6 from McCallum. As St. Catherine, they have upped the ante. And strolling along. Fly to delivery. Outside the off stump. Another swing from McCallum. You may say a wild swing, though, from that Buchanan's delivery. Let's check out the score, 334. Scorer looking a little bit dejected, though, because the Kingston scorer. .333. Flighted delivery. Outside the off stump, end of an over. Well, the day's playing, if the two captains meet, may come to an end very soon. Because we see the players of Kingston making signal to the respective tents, should they continue or not. But why should they continue? So the two captains should have a word. St. Catherine supporters are saying no, they want them to bat some more. But at what cost? That makes no sense at all. They've already won the title. Because there's no way in half an hour two teams can be bowled out. But it has to be mutual respect by both captains. But they will continue, as Harty will continue from the Courtney Walsh end. He'll be bowling to Lewis. He taps away the crease, 333 on the board for St. Catherine. Pulling, and I think he's bowled. They've lost the wicket of Lewis. Bowled by Harty. And the 8th wicket to go down. However, St. Catherine, although losing their 8th wicket, Harty getting another wicket. They will be getting the title very soon. You see Royal thus congratulating Lewis and the new batsman. And the new batsman. Replacing Lewis is Powell. So we knew it was going to be a battle to the bitter end between the two teams. After 3:19 was set this morning between yesterday and today by Kingston after they were sent into bat. Powell facing the first delivery. Half-hearted appeal though by Harty. So 319 runs they made in this 2-day affair, 2 innings affair. However, because play will not permit 2 innings to be played, the two teams had a signal now made by the match referee to say that they should come in to call off the match. That they should, of course they should. They're wasting time because they already won, and no team in terms of 2 innings can be seen by any team this afternoon with about 20 minutes to go. So the game has been called off. Congratulations to St. Catherine. 333 for 8. We were searching for 320 runs for victory. And let's recap the game. The presentation ceremony comes up right after. So don't leave just as yet. See who will get the man of the match. We have a quite idea, though, will get the man of the match. Whether you saw him in your picture earlier on, he's vying for that crown or for that title. Royal, look at the bowling. And Paul Harrison taking 4 for 100 from 20 overs. 2 maidens under his belt. Patrick Harty 3 for 79 from 21 with 1 maiden. Akeem Fraser, the other successful bowler, 1 for 44 from 9 overs with 1 maiden. Other 2 bowlers used was Derville Green, who looked pretty good this morning, and none for 82 from 11. And Javon Buchanan, he bowled 2 overs, none for 23. Been very expensive, Buchanan. And the two teams congratulate each other. And St. Catherine be crowned champions, winning on first innings over Kingston. And they won. Although they ended on 333 for 8. They won on first innings. And you see in your screen, they're bringing out the table for the presentation. Let's look back at the match at Kingston. They lost the toss and were sent in. Yesterday, it's by St. Catherine. Devon Buchanan and Mario Morris opened the innings. Morris, he top scored with 147. Others contributing to the total was Buchanan. He made 40 runs on the day. Now, Lionel Morant, he contributed 38 runs. Morant with 38. And Riley contributed 27. And Paul Harrison 21. In the bowling department, it was Royal taking 5 for 101. Pete Salmon grabbed 3 for 53. Rain Williams 1 for 48. The successful bowlers, this for St. Catherine. However, in terms of what happened, Pete Salmon finished with 3 for 53. and 5-100 Royal finished with today, and 1 for 48 from Williams. Good in terms of performances from the St. Catherine team. That was one thing that we saw from St. Catherine. In response, though, St. Catherine, they're led by Lewis and Williams, and Kennard Lewis led the batting with 94. Missed out on the turn, though. Honest, he made a shot caught down in the deep, and he kept on looking and looking. It was going for 6. The fielder had to run across to his right and took the catch down the backward square, a deep backward square right at the boundary, and he had to depart on the cards. So Lewis making 94, Brown 32 on the cards. Javon Royal was the next best in the innings behind Lewis with 78. Remember, he took 5 wickets in Kingston innings and then ending up with 78 runs. So good going from the man, or 77 to be exact. 77 on the official score. Lewis ended on 32. So too, Brown with 32. Williams 16. In the bowling department, it was Paul Harrison taking 4. You saw it a short while ago. And Harty 3. And Fraser 1. Those were the successful bowlers on the cards. As the umpires look on, so too presentation ceremony. You will see the president of the Jamaica Cricket Association very soon, Mr. Heaven. Wilford Billy Heaven is in the house. Gordon Francis, CEO of operations, also in the house. Only Cruikshank also in the house. As we look to see the players who are in a celebratory mood for St. Catherine on one end. It was a ding-dong batter, though. Wasn't that easy between the two teams. As we said before, it was a final to go miles to see. Good performances, the bat and the ball from respective players. One in particular who started proceedings was Morris with 147. Entertaining 147 we saw yesterday on day 1 of the 2-day affair. There were some talks so the Kingston having advantage playing at home because this is the ground they use, but it did not work out. We will give you the presentation ceremony. Orville Higgins will be the master of ceremonies as he makes his way down, and the players still being extremely happy for St. Catherine. Kingston players looking dejected, but they should not, because they gave a good performance, a very good performance on the day. They held their own against St. Catherine, who came in as the favorites. And coming in as the favorites doesn't mean that you're going to get the title. That's just written on paper. But yet still, Kingston, after being sent into bat, held their own, scoring 319. And the talks around the ground was that it was not enough against this strong St. Catherine batting lineup. At one point, it seemed to be enough when St. Catherine wobbled in their response. But after that, they took things under control and maintained the hold they had on this match. Have to big up Advantage General, sponsors of the awards that happen every week. So big up to Advantage General. As J.C.A. Senior Cup final. Exciting final, intriguing final. And what can you say about the one batsman who showed the true heart and true grit, Ramal Lewis? Ramal Lewis came out hobbling and played with his heart. It was a brilliant innings from Lewis. Yes, you saw more explosive batting performances throughout the 2 innings. But the heart shown by this man who was hobbling throughout, that's not an easy task to do. But he came to the wicket hobbling, played his shots, ran quick singles hobbling, and never gave up. He was out at the end, but made sure he passed the total that was set by Kingston, or his team surpassed that total. Very good performance. From Lewis. As we said before, we'll be joining Mr. Higgins as for the presentation as they prepare for the presentation on the field of playing. So big up to all of the teams that took part in this season's competition. So not only the finalists, because what it has done though, for you to play and for you to reach the final, you have to beat other teams, which prepare you for the final, which help you for the final, which improves you for the final. So not because he did not make the final, it doesn't matter. It matters as long as you take part in the competition. And for all the competitors in this year's staging, we want to say thank you for being a part. And we see the president of the J.C.A, Mr. Billy Heaven, on the field. The lower end of your screen. Derval Green looked good though, bowling for Kingston. Looked very good, especially in the opening spell. Was a bit unlucky. Had a lot of movement off the seam. With the new ball, did not have that success with the old ball. But the new ball, he was a tantalizing bowler. Derval Green. And after seeing his performance here, you realize why he's one of the best local bowlers in the land. Does have a lot of height though, as a fast bowlers, but has a lot of movement and with some pace. And you heard Orville, $750,000 for the winners, $500,000 for second place. So both teams will be going home smiling from ear to ear, more so one than the other, with a trophy and a little bit more money than the other, and bragging rights. As the umpire just making the checks with the scorer, making sure everything is okay. As the players will be marching out the next 5 minutes or so, in my estimation, and you'll hear from the president of the J.C.A, led by Master of Ceremonies, Orville Higgins. To your right, to your screen there, Mr. Higgins having a word with the president of the J.C.A. And we spoke about his bright shirt earlier. During our commentary. But intriguing as it may sound, all medals and trophies will be presented. Ladies are just decorating the table, making it look immaculate. I like the innings by Javor Royer, though, to be honest. It was really entertaining. Extremely entertaining. Anil Cruikshank in that blue shirt to your right of your screen. Man, that went to Excelsior High before switching to Kingston College in sixth form. An excellent youth cricketer. Cruikshank was an excellent batsman. No, an administrator. We're going to send it down to the field very soon for them to conclude proceedings this afternoon. It was wonderful being with you for the last 2 days. Myself, Mr. Higgins, and Jerome Foster was here on day one. A brilliant young analyst and a commentator also. He has been holding his own. So as we just await the start of the presentation ceremony, many persons asked the question, was it the right thing to do for St. Catherine, who won the toss, to send in Kingston to bat? Well, now the question has been answered. They weren't getting much off the pitch yesterday, St. Catherine. But when Green bowled, it looked a different pitch. His opening spell with a new ball. And for that, he showed leaps and bounds how he's in a different class than the other players who showed their skills the last 2 days in the bowling department. As vocal as St. Catherine is now, there are some segments of the game they weren't as vocal. As we look in the crowd, we see respective cricket enthusiasts, coaches, players. Barry Bonds from Manchester High School in the house. Years a coach at Manchester High, the cricket department. Curtis Francis also in the house. I did not get the turnout you wanted in terms of fans, spectators. But the crowd that was here was vociferous. They did their job. Randy Nelson there in the picture beside Orville Higgins in that orange shirt. That's Orville in the orange shirt. Randy from St. Catherine, CC. I'm hoping they can get things in order just now. As they're going to be asking the players for St. Catherine and Kingston to
Check.
on the field. To see that Mr. Higgins is ready.
Hey, check.
Well, I thought he was. As the players come across from St. Catherine and from Kingston.
No, we're not on a prayer.
Players from Kingston not making their way just yet.
No, man.
And normally they tell the players to dress properly for the award ceremony. Something that has been done over and over again.
Check.
Well, the St. Catherine players are taking their sweet time to come over, though.
Check.
So you see some segments of the St. Catherine players.
Check.
I think Orville Higgins is ready.
No, me. See, I run out. See, this is something the runner of medals.
I think it's taking a little bit too long, though, to be honest. Check, check, check. Well, congratulations to St. Catherine. Winning by an innings. Getting first innings points.
Tell me now. Check, 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 check.
And now the Kingston players are coming out.
So check, 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 check. Sound. Check, check, check. This is on. Check, check, check. Check, check. Okay. Check. Check, check, check.
Well, here Orville Higgins doing the
Sound.
He's not talking about television. He has both mics in his hand. And he's not hearing from the sound on the ground.
Check, check. All right.
No, I don't think they're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to what will not be a long, but will be a fairly decent presentation ceremony. Before anything else, I was telling somebody yesterday that I have no dog in this fight, and I wanted a nice, competitive, close Senior Cup final. Well, we did get a nice, competitive, close Senior Cup final. Before anything else, we want you all to put your hands together for the two teams that have competed so well over the last 2 days. Clearly showing that these were two worthy finalists, clearly the top two teams in club cricket in Jamaica at the moment. Before we go any further, we have the president of the J.C.A, and he will give a few words, and then we move on to the actual presentation. Mr. Billy Heaven, sir. Let's put our hands together for the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have always said cricket is alive and well in Jamaica, and I will continue to say that, notwithstanding a few of the critics. We final, and it was indeed a very good final. And women's cricket, even though it's not at the level that we want it to be, it is alive and well. Today, we have one of the most fitting finals to the Senior Cup competition. Two very good teams, and we were really entertained. We had total over, and that to me is a sick cricket is. 100 plus. I want to commend all the teams, those who play roles, umpires, or curators, everybody who took part and make it possible. I want to commend Kingston Cricket Club for giving a good final, but more so, I want to congratulate St. Catherine Cricket Club for taking the trophy and the prizes this year. Yeah. We have had good scores, good matches, good individual scores. We have had semi-finals, even though the one St. Catherine was truncated somewhat by bad weather. But overall, it was a good show. We have had centuries, 5 wickets, century competition. We intend to build on what we have this year and to make cricket even better, with better results as we go along. So thanks to everybody who participated, and may God bless you.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. And at this point, we need to recognize one of the main sponsors for the Senior Cup. What's happening with this, Mike? We want to say big up to Daniel McCallum, the Assistant Manager of Insurance Advantage General. Without sponsors, and can't play. We know that. So big up to Advantage General. All right, so I've done a lot of these kind of MC work. I may never say a presentation ceremony, so bossy. Before that though, applaud the curators. Sometimes they don't recognized. And it was a good cricket pitch. You know, agree? 600 runs scored, as you heard the president mentioning. And without good physical conditions, you don't always get good games. So big up the curators. All right, so we want to big up the umpire. Third umpire, Orlando Jones. Big up Mr. Orlando Jones. That's you? All right, Courtney Francis, I think you are the person who will be handing out some of these medals. Oh, no. Oh, Mr. Garrix. Oh, handing out some of the umpires and third umpires. All right, so Mr. Orlando Jones, where is he? Oh, yeah. On the clock, the umpire them no man. People them take time out of them schedule them for come to Wagwan. So that's Mr. Orlando Jones, third umpire. The other umpire was Colin Bryan, Mr. Colin Bryan. Is St. Mary come from? Big up Mr. Colin Bryan, sir. And another umpire who stood in the final was Christopher Wright. Big up yourself, Mr. Wright, sir. On the clap the umpire then. Without umpire, no cricket. Can't play. And for the fourth umpire, we welcome Randy Nelson. His name is actually Randolph Nelson, but Randy is the more palatable version. Match referee is Randolph Nelson. So big up Randy. All right, so this is the bossy part that I've never seen in a presentation ceremony. Oh, we big up the score as well. And Antonio Douglas was the scorer. Where is he? Bridging up so with Antonio. Well, Antonio there. He helped out a lot with the YouTube coverage as well. So big him up. He's coming? Yeah, man. See me. I want to clap him, you know. Encourage the youth. Says he was a former cricketer, I have no way of knowing. But good scorer. All right, clap the scorer. All right, so we now reward the cricketers who have made it such an interesting season. And we're starting by handing out awards to the players of the rounds from the thing start till now. For the player of the round for round one, a man named Javor Royal. 123 runs and 5 for 49 versus Kensington. Big up Javor Royal, and I suspect that it's not the last time that you'll see him up here. 123 and 38 and 5 for 49 versus Kensington. Quite an all-round performance. Want to clap the man, do. Make him hear it. Play of the round for round two was from Manchester. O'Shane Walters, 5 for 12 and 4 for 42. And that was against Hanover in the competition. Anybody here from Manchester will claim? Miss McCullough is handing out. Nobody from Manchester there. I saw Mr. Barnes and something. Or me. Money in there? Money in there? All right, so we passed that. The play of the round for round three now was Osborne Palmer from Trelawney. 8 for 42, 6 for 57, and that was against Hanover as well. Anybody here from Trelawney? All right, give it to one of the directors. All right, we're moving on. Play of the round for round 4. Is this the man them called Gospel? 7 for 32, 9 for 27, 16 runs, 1 game. And that, including a hat-trick. And that was against Kingston CC. Here's it. On a clap the man, 16 wickets in our game. 16 wickets against Kingston at that, so it's not the local Bramble side. Well done, Mr. Gospel, sir. All right, play of the round now for round 5. Siobhan Grant from Michael. 5 for 14, 7 for 19 against Boys Town. And a representative from Michael here. Oh, here is it. Yeah, man all in black. Well, the man looks sharp still. I want to give him a clap. Give him a clap. Encourage it. There you go. Well done, Mr. Siobhan Grant. Play of the round for round 6 was Ryan Francis from Kensington CC. He scored 44 and had 8 for 74 in the same game, and that was against Michael. Anybody here representing, or is Ryan Francis himself here? Somebody's coming. All right. So, big up to Ryan Francis. All right. The man who is collecting on behalf. Round 7 now. And we're getting closer and closer to the business part. Pete Salmon scored 100 and got 52. And then 4 for 46 and 2 for 25 in the same game. Big up yourself, Mr. Pete Salmon, sir. Well done. And the player of the match now for quarterfinal 1. So we're moving up now to the big boys, separating the big side from the not so big sides. Quarterfinal 1. The player of that round was Javor Royal again. 3 for 12, 3 for 31 both innings against St. Mary. Big up, Mr. Royal, sir. Indeed. Indeed. All right, play of the match for another quarterfinal. Damian Bryce. Is Damian Bryce not here? So we move on. Player of the match for quarterfinal 3 was Romain Morris, who got 120 against Michael. 120 against Michael. Big up to Romain Morris. He happens to be from the best part of Jamaica, if I might add, from Westmoreland. Player of the match for quarterfinal 4. And this goes to Leighton Leslie of the JDF. Took 7 for 34 and 4 for... He's not here. So that one, we'll pass that one as well. So semi-final now. So it's coming down now to the top 4 teams, so you know the cricket start getting serious. Player of the match, semi-final 1. Orain Williams out of St. Catherine. Big up Orain Williams. 77 and 3 for 15. Big up Orain, thank you for coming. Semi-final 2, and it was again for another good performance with the ball. 3 for 48 and 3 for 34. We're talking about Derval Green. Step up, Mr. Derval Green. Derval Green, man of the match in semi-final 2. I suspect he may be from Westmoreland as well. And now to the big occasion. Now I happen to be watching for the last 2 days and there were some quality performances. Romain Morris, boy, to make 146. It's not every day you make 146 and can't lift a title. So clap Romain again for a brilliant innings in the final. Another Westmoreland man, boy, Jano, I can't help it, made 90-something in the final as well. But the player of the game for his all-round performance was a man who took 5 for 101 and then came back and played a valuable innings of 77. Mr. Royal, sir, big up yourself. Where's the food I run, my boss? Food I run. Oh, no, clap him, clap him. He's quite a cricketer and quite a character as well. All right, so now we're looking at the top performance over the entire tournament. And the man who took most wickets in the entire tournament was a man, I remember they calling him Little Nikita when he was at Melbourne. He's now at St. Anne. Christopher Lamont, with 48 wickets, was the leading wicket taker in the competition. Is he here? No, I'm not there. All right. Oh. Oh, who do? All right, we had Mr. Clinton. You were supposed to present to Mr. Lamont, but Mr. Lamont not here. So we'll probably ask him to come forward for the next one. Most runs in the competition. Look like me have to turn away after the mic work. The man made 582 runs in the competition at an average of 72.75. And we're talking about a man called Pete Salmon. Mr. Clark, step forward, Mr. Clark. Clinton, we're asking you. Yeah. So we're asking a board member. We're asking Mr. Clinton Clark, member of the J.C.A, to hand out the presentation. All right, so there is a man that got an award for the most outstanding player for the entire tournament. Who will be handing out this prize? Oh, Mr. Garriks will be handing this one out. The winner of the tournament MVP took 32 wickets in the competition. But he also made 582 runs. Big up to the tournament MVP. You know, clap the man, people. Clap him. It was well done. Pete Salmon, the top player in the tournament. And we thank Mr. Garriks for handing out Pete Salmon's trophy for the tournament MVP. Clap him off again. Clap him off again. All right, Mr. Fritz Harris. Where's Fritz? I saw him earlier. Member of the J.C.A as well. And it is that time where we hand out the runner-up medals. Most teams don't want to collect runner-up medals, but it means that you were the second best team on the day. We're asking the Kingston CC members to just make your way forward to collect your runner-up medals. Kingston, the Kingston team. Boy, they look a little reluctant, but we understand. We understand. Mr. Fritz Harris will be handing out the runners-up medals. Hard luck, Kingston, but one team had to win on the day. team. Yeah, they won't get it. They won't get it. Yeah. The runners up. The runners up. Check, check, check. All right, so that was the presentation. All right, so we're going to ask the captain of Kingston, Akeem Fraser, to come up and collect the ceremonial check. Understand it's 500,000 Jamaican. Enough money. On the crowd of people, and please. $500,000 to the runners-up. Don't invest it in the SSL or anything like that. Clap them, clap them, clap them, people. It's well deserved. And we're going to ask Mr. Oh. The president will now be handing out, I saw the microphone, the winners' medals. And we're asking the St. Catherine team now to make your way forward to collect the winners' medals. And clap the people, them not people, I know it's Sunday evening and I probably don't need a Sunday dinner and thing. So yeah, this is the presentation of the medals for the winning team. All right, so the medals. So the winning team collecting their medals. Congrats to the winning team again. But this mic here is a struggle. All right, so the winning team collecting their medals. Look like me have to stay right or so. That's the only place the mic, well, it even work now. And of course, the presentation being done by Mr. Billy Heaven, the president of the J.C.A. We're going to ask the captain to come back. Oh, what? There's more. Yeah, the man who made 90 odd in the final, good innings. All right. All right, so the president will make the ultimate presentation now. We are asking the captain to step forward for the actual check and the trophy. Which one will he hand it first? The trophy before the check. Or the check first. All right, so the check of $750,000. Where's the food? Will be handed out. Clap them, people. Clap them. Clap them. The winner. All right. And now here's a symbolic handing over of the trophy itself. Congratulations to St. Catherine. Oh, you want the St. Catherine team in the background? After that. Give them a round of applause, people. Give them a round of applause here. All right, then, thanks to everybody for turning out. Thanks to the two teams for providing a great game. Big up to the J.C.A. and big up to the sponsors. Safe journey home, everybody, and catch you next year.